Hello friends, welcome to our comprehensive Angular e-commerce development course. In this single video, we will guide you through the entire process of building a fully functional e-commerce application using Angular latest version that leverage the latest feature of Angular 17. Throughout this course, we'll integrate Azure AD B2C for authentication, implement role-based route cards for secure navigation, and explore a wide range of Angular functionalities to create a seamless user experience. Whether you are new to Angular or looking to expand your skills, this course is designed to provide you with the knowledge and tools you need to succeed. Let's embark on this exciting journey of Angular e-commerce development together. Come, let's get started. Alright, let's take a look at the demo. So I'm running this application locally. You can see the menu and the UI is very nice. You can go to this product details, you can browse the products, you can actually navigate to different products. If you click on the cards, you'll be forced to log in, and if you go to address, it will still force you to log in. There are many pages that shopping cart, wish list, order, checkout, whatever you see in a regular e-commerce application, you will see everything here. So based on the login, the roles will be assigned behind the scene, and we use the Azure AD B2C authentication, and then based on the role that's coming up, you'll be able to navigate to the secured pages, and based on what you add in the cart, you'll be able to add the address, and you can able to change the item in the cart, and all the things are calculated on fly. You'll be able to edit the address, delete the address, you can even add the address. So if you do all of these things, and basically you'll be managing your as a user, you'll be managing all of these things. You can proceed to checkout, and whatever address you see, you'll be able to highlight here, and based on what address you choose, that will be the shipping address, and you can place the orders, and then that will take you to the order page, and we have a nice UI to show you each orders and the order details, right? And this is something for the secure login for the support users from the employee perspective. So we have various roles that's play into this, so this video will be interesting. So this video will cover from top to bottom that you need to know in terms of Angular development, and once you're done with this complete video, you'll be a wonderful Angular developer and you'll be able to succeed in your career. So come, let's get into each of the video. So here you see something that lists down each video's duration. So based on what you need, you can skip to that particular part if you want to revisit the particular video. So I hope this will be very helpful, and please let me know how it was helpful for you in the comment section. In this video, I'm going to start the Angular developer series. We will be using Angular 16 or 17 for our e-commerce web application. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to take a beautiful template that was available as free in the internet, which is this one. This is closely related to the e-commerce application. It's just that instead of the other items, they're selling the organic stuff, but I'm going to change this to the Angular, and you can see I've already changed it. And all what we have to do was, after we change this, we will be using one by one step and performing our e-commerce application design. We'll be using this as a base design, but we're going to change all this content and stuff related to our e-commerce application, and that is what I'm going to start as a video series. Alright, so without delay, come, let's get started on our first episode. Now let's get started with one by one step. So if you go to my GitHub repository, github.com/learnsmartcoding, you will have a repository called e-commerce smart cart hub web app. So if you're following my channel, I have already provided the microservices that is required for this e-commerce web application. Now, having that as the base, we will be developing the e-commerce website, like the web application, from this repository. So as and when we finish each episode, the completed project will be uploaded here. You can always rely on the main branch, but I will also start putting each branch for each episode, so you know where to start, what is the difference in the code. Now, having said this, what I've done is I've just googled it and then found a free template, and this template closely matches to our e-commerce application. The only difference is this one is mainly meant for the organic vegetables and fruit selling, but we're going to change all of these photos and everything to our e-commerce web application. So it could be like we will be selling anything in the e-commerce site, so we're going to change all these photos and everything. But pretty much whatever an e-commerce site is required. This has everything, right? And then this closely matches to the design that I've already done. If you have not followed my e-commerce web series of the previous videos, I will put that in the description, so you will be able to do the setup for the database and then the Microsoft .NET Core Web API. Don't worry if you do not have all of those things. I will still hold the Web API in the public URL, so you can still use that directly to just start developing the e-commerce website in Angular, right? So if you're just an Angular developer, you're not you don't need to worry about the .NET Core Web API. Everything will be hosted. You can use the Web API directly. Now, before we kick in and do some basic works of the episode 1, so basically what I'm going to do is, those who are new for this Angular, basically Angular is a powerful framework that is meant to develop a single page application. Single page application means the URL will not be refreshed, page will not be refreshed. Instead, the content of the page will be dynamically changed. Now, we are not going to follow the typical process of just going and learning one by one. Instead, I will try to put step by step so that you can follow along with me and you can start learning the Angular from the scratch. Alright, so now let's consider this whole page. We have a lot of sections, right? So all of these sections basically we can divide into multiple subsections, meaning this piece of code is a section, like a piece of code, and this one is a piece of code. The top header is a piece of code. You see this navigation is a piece of code. So we can split as much as possible. So what I've done is, if you download the repository that I was mentioning, you will see something called web template. Under web template, the organi master, this is the one that I downloaded from the free website, right? It has the copyright information, so be careful when you use this for your own thing. You just don't need to remove the footer section of their site. We just need to acknowledge that this was taken from them and give the credit to them, so that anyone who wish to purchase a full template, they can go and purchase. So remember that whenever you use the free template, read about the license agreement. Alright, so this is completely free of use, so we can absolutely use it as long as we don't remove the footer section. So now I have given the whole template here, but what we are going to do is, we are going to create an Angular application, which I have done it. You can take it from the repository, and then we're going to convert this into our app. So how did I convert? It was pretty much simple. So all what you have to do is, you need to initially, if you just open all of these things, initially what will happen is, you will have an app component and then you will have an HTML, right? The HTML is the code which will have the Angular application. So we are going to create components and split this piece of code. That is what we are going to do. Alright, so let's start. So if you see the index.html, that's where our general component details are there. So what we have to do is, we have to go to the reference file, like from where we are going to convert it. So if you go there, basically we're going to copy all of these assets files into our asset folder, because we will be eventually referencing our own asset folder, right? So we copy pasted that. So now you see all of these folders and everything is there. Now in our index, we have nothing. We directly have an app root. App root is the main app component. So what we are going to do is, we are going to go to the index file where we are referencing. We're going to copy paste the CSS and the JS file to our place. So if you go to this index.thing, you will see the last one is the CSS, and then you will also see all the JS file. See, don't worry, first you have to just copy paste everything here and then make sure this is aligned to our URL. So in our case, it is assets / followed by the folder name. Now what you do, you remove all of the stuff which is there in the app.component, and let's just put hi, and then let's open up our Angular application and see what happens, right? See, all of this default thing went away. We just have this word. So now we are going to replace this with the template content. So now I copy pasted everything that is there in the template index.html, right, within the body, so that everything is here. And then see, I copied everything from the body and pasted, and our Angular application is now showing up everything here, right, except 1 or 2 sections. Almost every section is loading. So this is what we want, right? See this most of the stuff is loading. Now this is the first step. The moment you are able to get to this level, which means you are referencing CSS and the JS files are correct. Now each one of these sections, as I told you earlier in the video, each one of these itself is a section. We can change those into a component. Okay, so let's talk about component. That will be the first part. All right, now what we are going to do is we are going to open the terminal as a new terminal. You can see that. By doing that, we will be using the CLI command. The first command that we will use is ng space generate space component space followed by the component name. In this case, I'm going to provide my component name inside a folder. So component slash component name. First one is the footer component. The moment you do this, the CLI will generate the component for us, and let's take a look at the component. See, component will have 4 things. Anything that is spec.ts is all unit testing. The first one is a component, right? So a TS file will be decorated with a class on a component decoration. So it will have 3 things: styles, template, and selector. Selector is the one that you will use it. HTML is the one which is a piece of HTML code. CSS is just the CSS meant only for the component. Right, so now you got this. Now the moment we add this component, that has to be registered here. That's why it goes to the main module called app module under the declaration. So under the declaration, the moment we say there is a component called footer component, under that module this component will be added as a register. Similarly, we will talk about more during the other feature about the imports and other stuff, but what you have to know is bootstrap. App component is the first one, gets bootstrapped when the Angular application is loaded. Now we created one component, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to go to the app component where we copy pasted the whole code. We take this single piece of code, which is the footer code, and then cut this and put it into this HTML. Okay, so now we have split a piece of HTML into a separate place. Now let's load and see. You will not see the footer, which is removed. Now how do we bring back that footer? That's why we are going to use the component. Take the selector and go to the app component, and you use the selector as the component. See, the moment you use like this component, meaning this piece of code is now added here automatically, which means anything that you write in the TS file will be executed. Right now we do not have anything, but we brought the HTML back here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to take this each section and create separate component and put these HTML into their respective components. So the next one is basically the block selection. So I'm just going to name the way it is named in the HTML. Later we will change according to how we want, so don't worry about it. I'm going to cut this piece of code and also put it into the new component that we created. So this is what exercise we will be doing it for all piece of code, but in order to save time, I'm going to fast forward and see how it works. Okay, so for in order to go further, first let's keep this app blog section here. So which means when I load it again, that piece of code has come here. All right, so let's do this little quick. So we have done all of these things, and we'll be doing this for all the sections. Now there's one thing you should understand. There is also called ng generate component. There's a shortcut called ng space g space c. So G for generate, C for component. You can use that kind of a shortcut as well. Now you saw how we can create a component using the CLI command, and these were the components that we created under the component folder, and all of these having a piece of sections of the HTML, and all together we were able to finally form the final output of this page, right? This is our starting point. So this is how you will use the existing template to do all of this work. I hope you enjoyed this video. You now know how to start with an Angular application, how to use a free template, and how we were able to use the Angular CLI to generate the components. And we also understand what are components, how they are organized. Alright, so follow along with me for all the episodes. It will be very interesting and I'll try to give you as quick as possible. This video is Angular Developer Series for the e-commerce application, and this is episode 2. In the previous video, we were able to build this template, sample template into our Angular application. We were able to get this, and this video we are going to see the data bindings and the Angular structural directives. We will take this piece of code and convert and see how it works, and we're going to take this also and rebuild it using data bindings and the Angular directives. So without delay, come, let's get started. Alright. Now, those who are new to this video, please go to this github.com and I will give you in the description. This is the place where you get the complete Angular code. So for the previous video, you will see a branch called feature/ep1 initial setup, and that branch we're going to take and build the episode 2. So by the time you see this video, you will see another branch called ep2_data binding. So you can go and take that piece of code. You can either take this and follow along with me, or feel free to go and check the completed code. I have opened up the code and exactly the same thing. So we will start with this, right? So in order for us to take this component, right? So this section, we're going to create a component. Though that piece is basically the product category. So I'm going to create, like, first let's stop it. So we're going to create it. So before that, how do you start this application, right? You can use ngserve, or you can also use the command in the package.json. So under the script, whatever we have it here, right, you can also use that. So those who are new, this is just an information that if you use npm run and the script name, it will actually take the script that is put there and then it will start building. So in our case, we just started the application a little differently. So we got the application. Now we're going to take this particular part and see what we can do. Now let's open up another terminal and create a component. So ng generate component, and here this is product category. So I'm gonna create a product category component under the product folder. So this is how you create, and that's it. A component was generated and the app module was updated. We'll talk about it app module a little bit more in the next video, but let's say we just created a component and we started doing it, right? So now the one that you looked at is under the hero component.html. Let's minimize this. So I'm going to cut this whole section and move this to the new component, and let's first make sure it works. After we move certain piece of code, we just need to make sure everything works as it is working today, right? So I have moved the code. Now you know how to use the component. You use the selector name and that's how it builds the component, right? So let's run and see if still it works. Great, it is exactly working. So the movement of code doesn't impact anything. Now what we are going to do is we are going to go to this component and create and now we are going to take a look at the data bindings. The first one in the data binding is called one-way binding, okay, and that is also called interpolation. So interpolation means it's one of the binding in the data binding concept, and that's the one that we are going to take a look. Okay, I'm going to paste some description here. So we are going to use an expression. So how do we do it? You look at here, there is something called all department. Let's see how this one-way binding works. Let's go to the component and create a variable. See, when you create a variable, those who are new for this, you declare a name, and then if you say equal to and then whatever you type, based on whatever is in the right side, that will determine, here in this case it's a string because it's a single quotes. So title is becoming a string automatically. This is called type inference. Okay, there is another good way of doing it called you specify what type is it. So I'm specifying title is a string. That's why this is a good way. So this will be like, you know, it will force you to not assign any numbers because it's a string, right? Unless you put a single quotes, it won't allow you. So we will always go with most of the time we will go with the proper way of declaring what variable type is, okay, instead of going to the infer the state. All right, so now how do you use, in order to use the single, the one-way binding, interpolation. So use the double curly brace both the side and then put the variable name. So it will evaluate this title variable name which is coming from the component. and we replaced, like whatever is coming here is automatically refreshed here. You see this D become a capital letter. So now you know this is how you use from component to the UI. That's called one-way binding, right? You can also use inbuilt functions like title is a string, right? Dot length is possible, so it's just counting the number of characters, but we are not going to do all of these works. But I'm just telling you, you can actually use those kind of property as well. Now, the next important thing that we are going to dive in is the Angular structural directives. So let's first create a variable called categories, and here categories will be an array of item. I'm going to paste for saving some time. So basically, in future we will be using this category derived from the web API, but for now let's go with what we have. Okay, we haven't gone to the service layer yet, so stick with me. This is how you learn one by one. So we have defined a array variable, and array has two properties in each item: category ID and category name. See, basically when you start using Angular directives, it is structural directives. Basically it is changing the structure of the DOM. DOM means document object model. Okay, I'm going to give some informations here so you can read through it. So basically what happened is, earlier you had n number of li statement, right? So when you use one of the Angular structural directive that we are going to use now, it will actually create those n number of li for us. Okay, so like I said, Angular structural directive means it is changing the structure of the DOM, which is nothing but document object model. The very first one that we'll use is ng for. Remember, you should put a star and then ng small letter f capital letter. We are saying let's see of categories, so it will temporarily take each item of the category variable array, put it into C. Now C will become item of the array. So C dot category name will bring in the category name of the each item that it is iterating. So basically this li element that you see, line number 7, will be repeatedly pasted by the Angular in the DOM. But when you look at here, you see this, the code is very simple, right? Very simple HTML, one line of code, but it magically does this n number of li element for us. If so, where you put this ng for is important. If you put it in UI, the whole element will be repeated. In our case, just the li has to be repeated, so we're good. That's how you use this what do you call this, the Angular structural directive. Now there is something called property binding in the data binding. Property means any HTML that has a lot of properties, right? One of the property of the span is the inner HTML, right? So you can use the inner HTML, like the property binding means basically it's also one-way binding, but you're tying up to a property of an element. You just need to use the square bracket to determine that you are defining the title content into this inner HTML. Okay, so when you learn, you will understand this. So property binding and interpolations, this is how you use. We are defining this title. See, still it is working, right? All right, so we learned a couple of things here. Now this works good. Now let's make our code better and better, because our aim is to become a good UI developer in terms of, if you are searching for a job and all, you need to be really good. So let's create a constant file under the shared folder. Okay, we call it as data.model.ts, and I'm going to move the category from that component to here, because so that we can reuse this in many other components. We don't need to repeat this. Do not repeat yourself. There's a famous saying. Okay, so now because you're doing an export constant, the constant will be exported, so you can import it in the different file. So this category is imported, the page is still working. Now let's make little more better. That's the concept called interface. So let's have a model folder, and under the model folder I'm going to create an interface called category interface. So here you need to specify export interface product category. Product category is basically a name that I have given, based on the whatever we are doing. So it's a category, it's a product related, so that's why product category. Okay, you can name whatever you want. Now we will move this code, right? We don't move, but we will force this model to have this interface. So first, in order to define this interface, we will have two properties here. One is category ID that belongs to a number, and then category name, that is a string. So under this interface, two properties there. It's basically like if you have used the backend service, it's like a class and a property, right? That is what exactly it is. We're defining its property and its data type. Now here, if you force like this, which means categories is of type product category array of product category. See, everything looks good. The type was inferred automatically. This is how you do be a good developer. You have to be like that. All right. Now I'm going to run this application locally and tell you how we are going to deal with the product. See, product, when we call eventually call the get endpoint for the products, right? This is how the product API is returning. So based on the model that is returning from an API, I'm going to create another interface for the product. So exactly same, this one, whatever I copy paste, that will exactly match with the API that is returning the model, including the property name. That way it is easy to auto map. We don't need to manually do a map. Okay, so this is how you define an interface. It's now matching with the endpoint. So for good. Okay, now let's place some sample data, which for time saving, I have already done the sample data. Eventually we will replace this with the endpoint by calling an API. Okay, so let me first copy paste a sample data. Sample data will be forced to have how our endpoint will be returning, so that when we switch from the sample data to the calling the web API, there won't be any code change required. Everything will magically work. Great. Now if you come to the feature section component, right, there's a piece of code where the category is listed. So I'm going to use the category here and then bring in the category from the exported, like the data model that we have, right? That's why I said we will reuse it. Now there is something called lifecycle hook, but don't worry about it. I'm going to use one of the lifecycle hook here, which is on init. Okay, on init means it's one of the lifecycle hook. Do not worry, I will talk about lifecycle hook in a separate video. But let's imagine this is like a lifecycle page, like page lifecycle. When the component is initiated, this is the second lifecycle which will be triggered. In that lifecycle also, you can actually assign the categories. Okay, so now once you assign, I'm just giving you different flavors, so that you know how to you will be learning a lot of things. Now here also the same concept. I'm going to remove all the lie and put just one lie. We're going to use the ng for the Angular structural directive, and then we repeatedly loop through the categories. The exactly same what we did for the other component, right? Let's remove all of these things. We don't need it. When you get this code, you might see some more extra code for the data filters and all. Feel free to explore it. See, everything works good. Okay, so now we were able to, you see this, everything came here, right? So no handwritten, everything is dynamic. You change the data will change here. Now next thing is product, because the same feature section component is only having the product section. So here we are going to bring in the sample product and assign it to the products variable. Okay, so Control A, Control K, Control F will prettify your code. Now here is the important thing, right? So you see this one section, except that one section I'm going to remove everything, because they have actually repeated the same section. Now we are going to use the ng for and repeat our product sample data. The first thing that you need to understand is, like, when you start doing development, right, you first bring in your HTML and make sure everything looks good. Then you apply the Angular concept. Okay, that's my way of doing it. That will be easy to achieve. So in this case, I know where to put. This is the whole, like, line number 18. That's the whole section that I want, right? Now if I put it here, the inner div is rotated. I mean, like, many times it is repeated, but we have placed this ng4 in a wrong side. That's why it was not coming properly. Basically we need to put this section in the top div. Okay, because that's the whole section that we want. See, now it looks good. So it's okay to do mistake, sometimes I do intentionally to showcase how it works. So we have repeated the product. Now how do you replace this? In the product, under the images, like product images, which is an array type, right, you can see all of these things in the JSON format. The good way of doing is just do an interpolation and then do a pipe symbol and JSON. See, it is stringifying the object and showing you. This is the quick way of doing debugging of what data is coming to the UI. So now I know what property I need to use. So I'm going to replace this section into product images of the first one. Like I just always want to pick up the first image. So I'm going through the index of 0, and you see this, all the beautiful 8 images came. So now I don't need this. I'm going to clean up this. Now exactly same, right? Product dot price and product dot name is what will go here. So having doing all of these things, what will happen, right? Now this one piece of line number 18 to line number 33, this piece of code is repeated n number of times. N is nothing but the number of product that we have. Very great. Now as and when you click, something has to happen, which is filtering of the product. That is what we are going to take a look next. So far I believe you're following. Let's move on with the good spirit. Now we are going to assign a variable called selected category. Like when you click, we will assign that category as the selected category ID. Okay, so selected category ID is of type number, and initially we will assign it to -1. Now here comes the next logic. So we haven't done anything called functions, right? So let's write a function called filter by category. It accepts a category ID as an input, and then it assigns the incoming category ID to the selected category ID. So whenever you click on that item, right, we are going to call this method. After that, we will be calling another method called filter products by category. That's where the other method comes. See, either you can do like, you can define it, or you can write it by your own hand. But basically, some refactoring is out of the box. Here's a simple logic. I'm checking if the selected category ID is -1, assign the whole sample product, which means whenever user is clicking on all, we need to present all the images. Similarly, if it is other than -1, they have clicked on something else. So we need to filter the product with the category ID. So we need to filter the items products with the category ID. So now next thing, whatever you're seeing right now is called event binding. So under the data binding, the third concept is called event binding. Event binding means anything that is like the event, like click, double click, mouse over, mouse move, all of those called events. In order to use that, you just need to use parenthesis and then say click, call the function. Okay, function or anything that is executed when you click on it. Say I'm clicking on it, it is now filtering properly. Now let's do a little more beautiful thing. I'm going to use another Angular directory called ngIf. Okay, so *ngIf. Now the product length is like there is nothing after filtering. Then we present this div, which is no product for the selected category. So this is all presented, everything looks good, the top menu is ready, and let's recap, right? So in this episode we covered the interface declaration, sample data, data binding, Angular structural directives, all of those things, right? I hope you enjoyed this video. I believe you're following up with me. In the next video, we will see the next concept in the Angular as and will we be building the project. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share it with your friends, and give me a like and have your comments in the comment section. This is Angular Developer Series. This is episode 3, and in this video we are going to talk about and understand ngModule and its purpose and its usage. Very short and crispy. After understanding this concept, we will be able to implement this routing and lazy loading in our e-commerce application. We are building a very robust application, so we should definitely have some good understanding about this before we proceed to the episode 4. So it will be very short and crispy. Come without delay, let's get started. Alright, first let's understand the definition and the purpose, and then I'll give you a wonderful example to make you better understand about this. Definition. An ngModule, which is an Angular module, is a container for a cohesive block of code dedicated to a specific application domain or workflow or a feature. Its purpose is to help organize and encapsulate different parts of your application. Alright, I heard you. Nothing was understandable. Now let's first understand with the analogy. Alright, then we will jump into our application and then explain you how that applies. Consider a shopping mall. I bet everybody of you have gone to shopping mall, right? So it's a very big place where you get inside and you see a lot of outlets. It could be a store selling the toys, or it could be a dress shop, it could be anything, right? It could be a furniture shop or anything. A shopping mall will have different outlets. All right, now let's compare this with our application. The shopping mall itself, it's our e-commerce application. Okay, as a user who comes into the shopping mall, they can go to whichever outlet they prefer to go. So they can go to a store where they buy a toy, or they go to a outlet where they sell only shoes, Nike, you know, or it could be a dress, so anything, right? And then in the shopping mall, there will be restaurants. Now, restaurants will not be inside an outlet. Restaurants will be in a cafeteria section where you go and anyone in the shopping mall can go and eat. They don't go inside the restaurant. Instead, they just go stand in the line, get the food, and come to a common table and start eating it, right? What else is common there? Restroom is common, but let's not take that example. But restroom is also available in outlets. But basically, anything that is common within the mall, good example is the restaurants, right? Any outlet that sells the food. Great. Now let's compare this with our application. If you look at this application, we have something called shopping that has a shopping cart, wish list, checkouts, and then there is something called products where the user can go and check all the products, right? So, and then order section is there. So each section here, product section, shopping section, or the order section, are called outlets here. Each section will have their own stuff. For shopping, all related shopping cart, wish list, like it's an outlet. Inside the outlet, you have a lot of categories within the shop itself, right? Like that. Inside the product, again, within the product, you can check the product details, you can browse the products, you can search the product. All these are within, again, a product section. It's like outlet, right? So you can go and inside that outlet, you can go on to a different sections of the outlet that belongs to that outlet itself. So let's consider the code. So if you open up this app right now, we have only one concept called app module. Okay, so this is what called an ngModule. So a class that is decorated with an ngModule, @ngModule, will become an ngModule. Now ngModule will have a couple of metadata, like declarations where all the components are here, right? Any component that belong to this module will be here. You see this, all of these are common. So that's why this ngModule is having these components. I promised I will explain about this import side. Import is basically like this module. There are many modules built by us, or also built by the Angular. The one that you see here, right? Browser module, form modules, browser animation module, they are built by the Angular inbuilt, and then we are importing another module inside this module. So we are importing other module into this module. So consider this shopping mall example. There was a new outlet that wanted to come inside the shopping mall, so the shopping mall accommodated that. So this import section is like each module is called each outlet that are coming inside the shopping mall. Now providers, we will talk about providers. Basically any class that is injectable, okay, they come under the provider. Provider means like registering that they are available across whoever is calling, okay. And we will talk about it in the service in the upcoming episode. And bootstrap is something that will tell which component is the starting, right, which is the entrance of the shopping mall, something like that, right? So when you enter, who's the first one that you will see? In our case, it's a web component. All right, so that's it, right? This is very simple example of ngModule, and I can see some smile coming up. I totally understand. With some example, always you'll understand better. So this is what this ngModule is, right? In the next episode, we are going to create a couple of new modules, like ngModules new, and then I'll show you how this routing is implemented, how the lazy loadings are implemented, and there are like important points that will be asked in your interview questions. So stay tuned. I'll see you in the next video. If you really like this example, give me a thumbs up and share this with your friends. Subscribe to my channel. Put your comments in the comment section if you have a better analogy for me, so that I can accommodate in the upcoming videos. This is Angular developer series for our e-commerce application. We're building a robust e-commerce application as if that it is built in the real organization. And this is episode 4. We are going to take a look at the routing, implement routing, lazy loading, and all of those important things in this video. So without delay, come let's get started. Alright, so let's have a quick recap. Episode 1 is all about taking a template and converting into our Angular application, which we have done. Episode 2 is taking this part and the feature product part and implementing Angular data bindings, Angular structural directives. Third one is all about understanding ngModules with a good example, and this is episode 4. In this video, what we are going to cover is we are going to implement couple of modules, ngModules, and implement routing and okay. So I will also give you tips about the interview questions as we progress, but this is what we are going to do in this. Okay, now those who have not seen this or new to this, right, go to this link, and if you browse this repository with these branches, you will definitely see ep4 underscore routing and lazy loading, and that will be the completed code of this ep4. By the time this video comes, this branch, ep4 branch, will be available. All right, and also I'm merging all the latest code to the main branch. So if you directly want to go to the latest code, you feel free to take the main code. But if you want to follow along with me, take that previous code. Like if this is ep4, please take ep3, download it, follow along with me, and by the end of the video, the ep4 code here and your code that you completed along with me will be same. All right, now enough with the discussion. Let's get into the work. Let's go to terminal and open the terminal. This is how I open the terminal. The first thing that we will do is we are going to deal with the ngModule. So we generate an ngModule by using a CLI command, ng space g space m. M stands for module and product is the name. So that comes directly under the product folder. All right. Now you can see all of this declaration imports everything in the ngModule. Okay. Now let's proceed. And next thing is we will use ng generate module called shared module. Okay, anything that is common across the application can be put into a module called shared module. Okay, we will see what we will put in the shared module as we progress, but the next thing is again we will generate another module called shopping module. Okay, because we have some sites, like some pages that belongs to shopping, so that's why we are doing it. Now the next thing is we will start generating components which will be mainly for the pages. All right, so the first thing, so you see this, all of these pages are there, blogs, contacts, and home page, and all of those things. So based on the pages, I'm going to do the component generation, and I'm going to speed up this process for saving some time. All right, now let's do some component generation. The first one is the product search result. So if somebody types something and searches the product, we will use that component. Next is the product detail. All right, so in order for us to show a detail of a particular product, we do that. For under shopping, we have wish list, cart, and checkout. So we generate 3 components, and then the next one is the under the components something called contact. So that belongs to app module, and then the one last piece that we want is home component. All right, so right now we have generated all of these components. Now let's see how we will refactor to make the sites better and better. You see there is something called product category we did there, right? So that product category I'm going to cut and paste it under the shared, and I'm going to say yes or always to update the reference automatically. But if you remember, this product category is under the app module. Now we wanted to share this across all applications, I mean like the completed application. So we will remove that product category component from the app module reference, and then we will place that under the shared module reference. Okay, so now product category belongs to shared module, not the app module. All right, so how do you do that? You come to the shared module, under declaration you put this name, and because shared module is like shared across the application, we need to see what happens to this application. So let's run and see. You will definitely get an error. That's absolutely fine, but I'll explain you why this error is. It basically says it is not recognized. So let's go and see this hero component. You see this one started giving us error. It says, I don't know who is this guy, right? This looks to be a component, but I don't know who's this. So the reason behind this is the app module is not knowing any knowledge about the shared module. So the shared module needs to be imported in the app module in order to be a family. Like we saw how this ngModule works in episode 3, right? So now they are part of this family. I believe we should see the application working, but let's see what happens. Alright, I still get the error. That's interesting. I'll tell you the reason why. See, in the shared module, you have the declaration. Now it's part of that, but we never exported that. Anything that is shared and re-importing has to be exported. So I'm saying I'm exporting this component as well. Now see, magically our site starts working. So we are back to the same place. Our application is perfectly working. As we do one by one, you should know how to fix the problem, why the problem is coming. That's very important. Alright, now you see this, all of this stuff, they're all components. Let's clean this up. Okay, so let's clean this up, and then generally speaking in template, the top header, site navigation and all will be always constant. Only the middle part of the whole website will be keep changing, right? So first what we have to do is, in order to deal with the routing, okay, we need to do some work, but like I said, the sections which are common has to be in the main place. Like for example, app component. In app module, app component is the bootstrap, right? So when it bootstraps, anything that is common across all the pages needs to be here. Anything that needs to be deal with the routing, right, that has to be under something called router outlet. Alright, so we have something called app module routing, like app routing module. So if you see the app routing module, there is something called routes. Okay, the routes being imported as a for route, and then it is exported. Router module is something that is required for routing to work. Remember, each module does its own work. Router module is from the Angular inbuilt module, and that's mainly meant for routing. In order for routing to work, router module has to be there. Now we use the router module here, we define the route in the separate place, and then we also export it and import it in the app module. Now in order to define the route, the first thing is it's an array of route, right? So first one is the path. We are saying if you find something called /home, go to home component. But there's also interesting that not people will type home. So if they just type the website, we are checking the website doesn't have any route, and the full match is the match path is full, you redirect automatically to the home component. Okay, like the home route, and then the home route will kick in, home component will come. In order for this route to work, okay, there's one more important thing that we have to do. Like I specified, there's something called router outlet. So router outlet is the one which deals with this routing stuff, right? So anything that deals with routing template, they will be replaced in this line number 11. So from line number 1 to 7 will be there always. Line number 11 will be replaced with the complete whole HTML that is dealing with the separate routing system, right? Our separate components, separate pages, and then followed by the footer. Now this line number 12, and you see this automatically, if I go and hit this, automatically it's going to /home. But this home works is also coming, but we need to do some more work to refactor this. Now let's cut these two things and see what happens. It's loading. Okay, perfect. Those two parts went, but we want those two parts when they go to home, right? Whatever we have cut, let's go to home component and paste it there. Okay, so we're going to paste it there, and then let's see one by one whether that works or not. Okay, perfect. Everything looks good. Okay, now let's go to contact page. There is one more thing, right? We have to add a contact route. So let's go one by one. Okay, I will talk about the child routes and all in a moment, but let's say we have something called contact. Okay, and then the component is contact component. Okay, now if I change as contact page is coming, but the contact page is going to the site, right? Why is it not coming in the center? That's because of the CSS. Let's go and see what's going on with this hero component. Okay, the first is the hero component. Let's see what's happening. All right, so they have something called container. Okay, so the section and the container. Okay, so that is what is all dealing with. So let's cut this, put this outside, and then whatever the container class, right? I think we just need line number div container alone. So we cut this and go to this app component. So let's go to app component. Let's place that here and then put the router outlet inside, which means anything that is replaced is under the container, which means the site will be in the center aligned. Okay, so those who don't know about this bootstrap stuff, let me know in the comment section, but that's how it works. So under the container, automatically this whole section came. Now if I click on home, it comes, but if I click on contact, it doesn't come. So how do we deal with this URL routing? Like when I click, it should automatically go. I cannot go and change in the URL. So in order to do that, let's go to the header component. All of those navigations are now already in the header component. Okay, here is the one. So there is something interesting. Okay, now go to this extension. If you haven't done this, go and install this. Search for John Papa. Okay, there will be an Angular snippet for 16 version you will see. I have already installed it. You can install that. I'll tell you how easy it is after you install. Okay, using this, lot of Angular snippets can be developed, like hand coded. So in order for me to now do this routing, very simple, by using the snippet package, what I will do is I will go to one of the URL, let's say homepage. Okay, I'm going to remove this href and then say a dash router link. The moment I click, it's showing up the code. I just have to say /home. Okay, you see this, that's a square bracket. Remember, that's a inbuilt attribute, and then you specify it has to be on the /home. Similarly, let's go and do it for the contact. Okay, you can write this manually also, but basically the moment we use the snippet, it's easy for us to do all of these things magically. Let's go back to our application and see how it works. Click on contact, it's navigating. Click on home, it's navigating. Great, right? So we have done with these components. Now how do we deal with more ngModules, like for example a parent and a child? Okay, now let's create a file called product routing module. This product routing module deals with the separate route that comes under the product. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste the existing one, change this app routing to the product routing module. Okay, I'm going to clean up the unnecessary code. We don't need this, we have already explained it. Here we are saying if somebody comes under shop, right, if a product /shop, it should go to shop component. Let's clean up these two as well. All right, and then what else is there under product? Okay, so search, product /search. If somebody comes like that, they need to go to product search result component. Okay, so under product we have something called shop and something called search, and there is something called details, right? So if somebody comes under product /details/ a particular product ID, so remember there's a colon, it's a colon followed by the product ID. This product ID is the variable name. You can define whatever you want. In the next video we will see how to retrieve it, but we are saying if somebody comes like this, they will go to product details component. Okay, so this is the child route of the product ngModule. Now any ngModule that you need to use has to be imported into the main module. In this case, when you are implementing the lazy loading, so we will not do this thing. Instead, I will show you what we will do. So in the app routing, okay, we were not going to put this under the imports. Rather, we will define the route called path product. Okay, so which means somebody comes to website /product. This is the route that kicks in. Now inside that, we are saying load children's goes for a function, and then we are saying import the module that is in the product module. Remember, this is very important. Lazy loading is implemented in this way. End of the video I'll show you what is lazy loading, how effective it is, but we are saying import the module which is such load children function. And remember, this ngModule is not placed in the line number 18 imports. Okay, we're not doing that because then it will not be a lazy loading. All right, let's do a quick recap. I'm defining a route under product. I'm saying load children, and the children has to be loaded from a product module, and then we are just specifying that's coming from a product module. That's it. All right, we don't do anything else. So home contact is like a normal ngModule route, and here is the shopping, like the product one. Here also it's the same thing. We'll specify product slash shop. You can even specify slash product. It will eventually go to shop only. You can try that out. And then what we have to do, we have to do the same thing for the shopping. All right, I've already done that, so I'm going to copy paste. And see, I have the cart, wish list, checkout. This is something important, right? These components are then exported as a routed components, and instead of having that in the declaration, you can actually export that and then use that routed component here. Okay, so which means literally, we are refactoring the code. So these two components, instead of here, it's gonna come here automatically. Okay, so everything should be good. And I think I missed to export one more component, but let's do it as we progress. Now let's go to header section, and I'm going to replace it here as well to get to the shopping place. It's exactly the same whatever we did. I'm going to comment out whichever is not required. So you see this shopping slash cart, shopping slash wish list, and shopping slash checkout. Let's see if it works. Okay, it doesn't work. It's okay, there is something wrong. See, this is what happens, as in when we do, there won't be any error, but in the runtime there could be an error. Okay, all right, so what is missing? So under the shopping, we forgot to import the shopping routing module because it doesn't know about anything about shopping routing, right? So now we have imported, everything seems to be okay. And then we also have to import, like we also have to define the route for the shopping. This is also something that we forgot. So I copy pasted, that is exactly same as product. And then let's see if everything looks good. Product module. So let's refactor this as well. You see this, the three things in the declaration, right? Let's gonna clean up this. Let's go to the product module, and then in product module there is no export, so I'm going to copy paste the export one, like export constant router. So export constant router components, and then you define the components here. For example, shop component, product search result component, product detail component. These three components are exported here because they're all used in the routing system. And then we re-import, we put it in the declaration, so it's like literally importing from another place. Okay, so we can clean up all of these places. So the code is simple and clear, concise. So this is how you do it. And also we forgot to do the product routing module import in this font. So don't get confused, routing module is imported in its respective module, but that module is never imported in the app module. Okay, now let's open up the console and see what error we are getting. Okay, so there is some error. If you read through it, mostly you'll be able to identify. There is something called router module.forChild. Okay, the error says, hey, you're supposed to use the for child, but somewhere you're using for root. For root can be only one place. So if you see this app module, right, in shopping it is correct, but in product it is for child has to be there. Instead it was for root. Because we copy pasted from app module, this kind of mistakes can happen. But remember, only app module routing can have for root. All the remaining routing will have for child. See, now as and when I click, I am able to see the different components coming up. Okay, so now contact page, right? Contact page, let's go and copy the contact page content from the existing template. So how do we go there? Let's minimize this. Let's go to our reference template. So here, if I go to contact, all right. So in generally speaking, right, in HTML templates, all the pages will have repeated code. Okay. In our case, it's a single page application. We play around with the template. So whatever is required only for the contact is what we need to take it. So here we don't need these things. We need from here line number 243. So I'm going to cut. I would say I'm going to copy only the contact section of this whole HTML, which means the hero section, the top section, header section, navigation section, I don't need it because they're all there already in the app component. So I'm going to copy this, replace it here, and see what happens to our contact page. See, magically it is exactly same how the template was there. Correct? This is what we are achieving, right? So we have achieved routing and the lazy loading concept, but don't worry, I will explain you in an interview perspective about the lazy loading. Alright, last but not least, let's understand the lazy loading because that's also important in terms of interview concept. Okay, so whatever we have done, we have already implemented lazy loading. So let me tell you what is that. Now in the route, in the main route, right, you have something called a product under shopping that itself is a separate feature or a separate ngModule, which will in turn have its own child routes. Correct? So this is one part, this is another part. Now what happens is when Angular builds the code, it builds these modules as a separate JS file. Okay, so this will be this, anything that comes in the product will be a separate JS file, anything that comes under the shopping will be a separate one, and then all together the remaining all will be in the main.js file. All right, let me show you what happens in the browser. This is the application. Let's open the developer tool for Windows user, F12 for Mac. Just figure out or right click on say inspect. You will see the developer tool. Now come to this network, and then if you have already running this application, do a hard refresh, like, or just a refresh, Control Shift R. We'll do a hard refresh. Let's clean off all of these things, right? Let's not have anything. Now we are on the main page, right? So now if you go to contact, before that let's go to network. So click on contact. Just the contact related content came. Let me remove this. Let's go to home. Homepage came, nothing downloaded, everything looks good, but just take a look at this closely. The moment I click on shop, that's coming under the product module. You see this? The moment I click, then only there was a JS file. There was a JS file which was downloaded, and this JS file is the built content of the complete product section. Now let's close this. Similarly, when you go to this one, that's something called shopping module. See the shopping module, the moment you clicked only this was downloaded. So these two files never got downloaded when we loaded the application. That's called lazy loading. So in a very big application, right, when we have this kind of a feature separated into separate ngModules, this lazy loading concepts will help us so that we don't force user to download everything at the same time, because we have no idea whether the user will eventually go to those section or not, right? Maybe some user came, just they were in the product, they never went to shopping. So the shopping JS was never downloaded. We don't need to, unnecessarily download whatever is not going to be used. So this is very important. This is called lazy loading, and lazy loading modulings are very important in Angular in order for us to have a very good performance. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this video, and this is what the episode 4 will end now. If you like and enjoy this video, put your comments and like and subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series for our e-commerce application. This is episode 5. In this video, we will be covering the HTTP servers and the routing to show the products in detail. We'll be using the real web API to get the data. So this video will be very interesting. Come, let's get started. Let's take a demo. So if you see this, the category was now coming as 3 items, the electronic, clothing, and mobile, right? And it's even able to collapse by itself, and these are the real products that's coming from the API. So we're gonna see in detail. If you click on a particular product, you'll see all of these images this was uploaded, even the videos will be able to play, right? So all of these in detail of a particular product. So product page also we built. You see this quantity, category, all of these are dynamic data. And down also, when you click on a particular item, it navigates to that particular product. You click on an image, it expands and show a big one, right? See, all of these are happening, right? So this is all what we are going to build. So if you go to a shop, you will see all of these products, and this is also dynamic. We're going to reuse the data. We'll be calling the real web API from our e-commerce web API project, and then you'll be building all of these things. So let's get into the coding. The first thing, category, right? So right now these are dummy data. We're not dealing with these vegetables anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this product API, right? Right now the API is running in my local. I will give you the details of where this project is so you can also run it. So basically let's go to this data model, and all what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment all of the existing data. We don't need all of these things, and so instead for now I'm going to put 3 categories, which is the real category in the database. I don't have an API yet, but if you guys are interested, you can build it by yourself. And for the product, I just copied the data right now just to get started with. Right, all of these data are coming from the real web API. So for now, I'm just copy pasted it. There's one product description property added, so I'm gonna update the model so that the description of the product is also coming. Right, so this is still a dummy data, meaning the real data, but we have hard coded, right? So this is the hard coded data that you see right now. Okay, so all of these are hard coded. So, but when you click on it, it should go to a particular product page. Okay, from there we will show you how to build using the HTTP service. Now, in order to go, what do? We say product slash detail slash, the ID. So ID you will pass as a parameter. So you say comma product ID. So what will happen is when you click on that particular product, like the symbol, right, it puts you to the product page. So that is what we are doing, and this is coming from featured product component. So see, now it loaded to this page. Now the next item is we need to read this parameter, which is number 6, right? We need to read that from the route. So we declare 2 variables, product ID and the product. Product is nothing but the product model. So here what do? Is first we will inject something called activated route. Okay, so activated route is an inbuilt from Angular that will help us to read the parameters from the route. So we haven't seen this lifecycle hook, that will be in the next video, but for now just imagine we are implementing one of the lifecycle hook called ngOnInit. Okay, so onInit is again second lifecycle hook of the cycle, and here what do is we are trying to start using the real-time implementation. So we don't put anything in the constructor, we will put everything in the onload page. Okay, so when the component is loaded, what are we going to do is we're going to use route.snapshot.parammaps.get, and then this product ID is coming from this route. If you put ID, you put ID here, but the current code that we have is product ID, so the name should match in order for you to get the data. So the moment you put this, right, we also say if there is no such thing, then just use 0. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to then convert this ID into a number. So in Angular, in TypeScript, if you put a plus symbol just before a string, it will convert into a number. Okay, all right, so now we have converted a product ID and we got the product ID. The next thing is to HTTP service we will add. So let's create a folder called services. Okay, we're going to add a new service here. So right click on it, new file, product.services.ts. See, this is the format. Okay, anything the name .service.ts will become a service. A-service will bring us a snapshot of the snippet code, and here you just need to say product service. See, this is nothing but a class which is exported. An important thing to know is this is decorated with something called injectable, and then we say provided in root. Provided in root means this is magically provided automatically to the app module at the parent level, which means anyone that try to inject this service will be available for an instance of the service. If you don't put root, you can still use it, but you have to manually do this declaration in the consuming component in the provider section of the component declaration. Okay, so where we have decorated with the @ component, there's something called provider. There also you can do, but it's best to do at the root unless project needs this service to be restricted for a particular component. Okay, but good thing is to go with the root. It's okay, we can just provide at the parent level. Now what we are going to do is let's add some more thing like robust coding. So we will add an interface called environment configuration. Here we define the base URL, the endpoint, and all of these things here. Okay, so we will define an interface and we'll force this interface to be implemented in our environment file. So where is our environment file? You go to this the main one, environment.ts. Okay, so here we will say this implements the interface. Okay, so when I say this implement this interface, see, this is of type this interface. The moment I say this, it will force me to implement this. See, right now there is no property implemented. You hover on it and say control period, and then you pull up all the automatic properties. See, all of these things came. I just need to fill up the data. So I'm going to copy paste the filled up data. So here if you see, this base URL is nothing but my locally running web API project, which is running on the port 7086. You see this? Let me show you. It's running, this project is running, and this project runs on this port. So when you run the exact project, your port also will be same. If not, just use the port that is running on your local machine. Okay, later we will use the server URL. All right, now we also have that product and API, right? So that's why we updated those. Now coming back to the product service, we will define a variable called API URL, and this API URL, right? This API URL is the one that we will be assigning. So first here what you have to do is we are going to inject something called HTTP client. So we define a variable HTTP, and then it is nothing but HTTP client. You put this has to be imported. Sometimes automatic import comes, sometimes it doesn't come, but it's okay. But basically this comes from Angular/common/HTTP. The moment I imported this module, the error went off. Now we will assign this. See, right now our configuration is at the environment.api base URL. So right now it's not coming because it pulled up from a different namespace. So let's delete this and let's add the right one. So hover on it, you see it's giving us a lot of options. So we will use it from here. Okay, the other files is to replace it, so do not get confused. Use environment/environment file. Now we have injected HTTP client. The next important thing is HTTP client module. That's an ngModule from Angular that has to be imported at the parent level, which is app module. If you use this, only then HTTP client that you're trying to inject in the dependency injection of the services will be available. If you don't have it, it will say there is no provider for HTTP client. If you see such error, basically you forgot to import HTTP client module. All right, so we have not forgotten, we have just added the right import here, which is good. All right, so let's create a method called getProduct, and it will accept ID as the parameter, and its type is number. And here's something called observable. Okay, we'll talk about that observable. So basically it returns an observable of product module. Okay, and then we are going to build a URL. So constant URL is equal to, you see this, that's called a tick symbol. Okay, it's not single quotes, it's a tick, backtick. Okay, so when you use backtick, you can use dollar symbol, and then you can dynamically format the content, like you can replace the variable values. So that is what we are doing here. So we are saying API URL / followed by the get product URL. Okay, and then finally we pass the incoming ID. So this will form the final URL. Okay, which will be like localhost, the port number /product/API/product/number. Now we will use HTTP server. So this .http.get return type is product model, and then you just pass in the URL. This is just a get endpoint, so this is more than enough. And then what you will do is you will go to this product detail, and then we will inject this service. Now we have the product ID and we are going to inject the service. So the moment you inject the service, we have already provided this at root, so the dependency injection will work. And here we will create a method which will eventually invoke the product service. Okay, so this .product service .get product pass the product ID, which is in our local variable. So this .product ID .subscribe. See, because anything that is observable, you need to subscribe to it. So what will happen is when the API is invoked, it will invoke and then it will not wait for the call. Okay, instead it will have a callback function. So what will happen is once the API is ready and got the answer, like the response, this method, it will go inside the next. There is something called next in line number 25. Automatically, once it is having a value, it is guaranteed that it will go and assign that value to the product variable. Okay, if it takes 2 seconds, 4 seconds, doesn't matter. After the API response is received, it will go to this line. And then we also handle the error. Okay, so subscribe is nothing but you're subscribing to a guaranteed response. Okay, and then it will go and execute those lines of code. Now what will happen, you will call this method at line number 24. So once we have the value of the product ID, we invoke it. Let's see what happens. Okay, see, the moment I put product, the pipe symbol of JSON, see, I click on it, see, the data is coming, and trust me, this data is coming from the real API. So let's go and show you it's going to the network. Let's clear it off. See, I click on a particular item. You can see the outgoing call is going, and it is calling a web API, and then it is receiving the data. Because we already know the data is of what kind, right? We just map it to the product model. Ideally, you need to know what the data is coming back and then create the model according to that. Now, the next thing is we go to product. See, this page, we have to replace this content, right? So all what we do, again, go back to the template, go to that particular item, because we are just mimicking the exact website. So here I'm going to pick up whatever information I needed to show in the product detail page. So in the section, you can actually use it from the breadcrumb. We will see, we will bring up those images later, but for now I'm going to take only the product detail section. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it, and I'll show you first the data is coming or not. Okay, then we will replace the template content. So let's go to product detail, put it here under this, just copy paste whatever you copied from there. Okay, and let's go here and see what happens. Let's scroll down. Okay, something is coming, right? All right, the image alone is not coming. That's because the image is in the wrong path. So we will have to just reassign to asset/image. So we figure out where this img is there. No, it's not even correct, right? So let's assign it properly. So I will be searching with double quotes image and then replace like this, right? So that none of the other tags gets replaced. So see, at least some information is coming. The bottom image is not coming, that's absolutely fine, and some related product is coming, so we will refactor it to bring up, we will reuse the product list. So for now the image is coming. Okay, so now what we will do is we have the product content and we have the template. So we will remove this extra stuff, all of these things, and here we will use product description. See, we are replacing now the template content with the data that is coming from our product API. Okay, so I'm going to replace all of these things. Everything is going to be the product description. So far looks good. Here if you see, right, we don't have anything called weight and all, but instead we have two things called the quantity and the category. Okay, so let's first finish this description stuff. Let's see, description comes good, all good. So now we have to play around with the images and these extra stuff. All right, so I'm going to replace this piece of code, and basically product.quantity will bring up the quantity, and then in order to get the category, I have a method called get category name. Okay, so I can just copy this. Okay, so get category name is it's a function, right? So let's put this function, and then it accepts a category ID. So ID will be a number, and then what we are going to do is we are going to take the categories from our existing data model. Okay, so we'll define this. Let's bring in. All right, and then we filter the category, incoming category ID, and find out its name. That's what the method is going to do. Okay, so let's come all the way through down. So here you see this categories.filter coming, the incoming is category ID, and we replace this. Once we have the data, we get the category name and return it. So because of that, see, the mobile is coming. So category ID was passed, but description was returned. Okay, so that's how you get all of those data. Now when you click on this, okay, all of these informations are coming, right? Okay, so there's something called product image. So we're going to play around with this product image here. So come here all the way through here, and I'm going to replace a piece of code. This basically, it's a div. It goes through and loops through the images, and then it puts an image, nothing else. I didn't do anything fancy. Line number 13 is, it's a div that is repeated. So it's like we are going to use the ng for, and then we loop through the product images, and then we get the images. See, we got the small images in the down, right? And then we want the first images to be on the main thing. So right now, you see this, it's looping through all the images and showing us, but when you click on it, it has to show that image, right? That is what we are going to do next. So here, in order to do that, we will have two variables called image URL and image type. Basically, it is possible that we can also get a video file. So Here what we do, when we assign the product data, we will assign the selected image URL as the first image. Okay, and then we use that variable into the source. So in order to use the source attribute, you put this bracket and then use the selected image. Okay, see, the moment we do this, the first image is automatically retrieved and shown in the big one. Okay, so let's remove this so it looks little beautified. All right, so see, first image is automatically shown. Let's go and click on some other product and see what happens. You see this first image is always shown, but when I click on any of this image, the image has to be replaced. So how do we do that? It's simple, right? We're going to use the event binding. So you go to this image where the clicking is happening. So and then we assign, like we trigger a event. So again, click is an event and we call a function and pass the image URL. Okay, so when we start building more and more, we'll be using all the features and the concept of the Angular as we build. So this one we already saw. This is called event binding. We are trying to call a method called image clicked. We pass the image URL. Now let's go to the component and create such function. Here the image URL is a string. Okay, so we can also have a variable called image URL. That's a parameter of type string. It doesn't return anything because we are just going to reassign the selected image URL. So this dot selected image URL is equal to image URL. You can actually literally write this piece of code directly on there also, but it's better to write in the function so it's readable and easily understandable. And then we will also assign a get image type. So we pass this image URL and we'll figure out whether the the image type is image or video. So for that I have a function which will accept the URL. It will figure out the extension like split dot pop. Pop is basically the first one will be removed. Okay, the remaining of the file is called the extension. Now we are trying to see the extension is of mp3 or mp4, then it is a video type. If not, it's an image type. That's what this function is doing. Also, there is another function called isVideo. Basically, it finds out the image type is equal to video, then it returns true. If not, it returns false. So based on these concept, what we are going to do is we clicked on it here, right? So the image should be now coming up. Let's see whether the image comes up. Now one more thing, here we will say show up this image, right? When you click on image, show that image only if it is image type. So I'm saying if it is not a video type, show this image tag. If it is a video type, show a video tag. So video is inbuilt HTML element. We will use that. We will assign the source as the image URL. However, image URL is nothing but the video. So listen to me carefully one more time. When I go to this place where image and video is there, you click on image is coming, right? But the last one is video. When you click on video, instead of showing the image, we will show the video element. That's why you're able to see the video playing up here. Okay, but you see the last one doesn't look good. It has no thumbnail, but we are not going to do any fancy work to create thumbnail and all. Instead, we will just put alt tag to get some data. If you want to enrich this, you can add a thumbnail automatically for such video thing, but it's going to take some time, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so and then I have a class called cursor. At the styles.cs, you just put cursor as pointer, which means when you hover on it, it will come like a hand symbol. So let's take a look. See, now it's coming as like clickable thing, right? It gives you a feeling that it's gonna click, you're gonna click and something is gonna happen. Okay, so now we are able to load the image, we're able to load the videos, and all of these things is also coming, right? So the product detail page is done. Now let's create a component called product list. Product list, we are going to call an API to retrieve the real products, and then we'll reuse this component in many places. Okay, so the product list component is created. What's next? So let's go to this component. So let's create one more endpoint here. Get products. Here it's array of product model. Okay, so this .http dot get, it's again a get, but it is going to return an array of product model, and you can see the URL is formed in this way, right? So it's a URL, question mark, page number, all of this. Let's take a look. So if you go to this API, Okay, this is the API that we are going to call. Execute. You see this? What is the URL? Basically, it's sending 3 query parameters: page number, page size, short by. Basically, when we have the pagination, we will be able to use these concepts. But for now, we are going to use the first page. We're going to say fetch me 10 items, and then the fetch count is the one which is dynamically passed. Okay, so the URL will be formed. All of these things will magically work. Later, when we are close to finishing, we will add this pagination, or I'll give you a task to add the pagination, but I will guide you. Okay, so we have an other endpoint also. So now let's go to this product list. I'm going to copy paste this. This is exactly how you did in the product detail. We inject the service, we call the get products endpoint, we subscribe to it. After the data is coming, we assign the data to the products variable. Products variable is nothing but the product model of array of product module. Okay, here what we are going to do is I'm going to this feature section and copy this snippet of code which is already there, right? This is what it is there. I'm going to copy this, replace it here, and then remove this unnecessary stuff here. Very interesting, right? We just copied the existing code, and then luckily we also have the variables listed properly, which is products. And then you use this component here. What will happen? The component would have fetched all the products, but it's just showing in an incorrect way, right? Because there's a piece of code missing here. So let's go to this product list, and basically we are missing a class called row. So we just cut this whole thing, we put it inside a div class row. Okay, so inside row only columns can come. We are missing this piece of code, that's why it didn't come. So now we just formatted it. Let's go back and see how it looks. Let's scroll down. See, it retrieved all the product information and it started showing those products whichever is coming from the database, right? And this is what the endpoint we used. So now this looks good. See, when you click on now from this list, the numbers are changing, but the data are not changing, right? That's interesting, right? Because you're on the page, route is getting changed, but the data is not changing. That is absolutely wrong. So what's going on? Let's understand. This is an interesting concept. Okay, when the route changes, what you're supposed to do. So let's go to this product details and see what we are going to do. If you closely monitor here, this ngOnInit is invoked only one time when the component is initiated. So we got the initial product ID, we invoked the product, but this is just only one time, right? We are still on the component. In the component, you're clicking some of the child component which is changing the route, but this ngOnInit is never executed again when the item changed. So in order to solve this, there is something called subscription. You need to subscribe to the route.param maps. You need to subscribe to the route itself. Okay, so we are saying route.parammap.subscribe. Whenever that is changing, you call me, you'd let me know. That's what it is doing. So here in line number 31, when this changes, now we will try to get the new ID that is in the route. So params.get product ID, exactly same whatever we did in line number 26. Now we are trying to get it after we get notification that the item is changed. Once you have this new item changed, we assign it to the product ID and we invoke this get product again. In order, when we do this, when you land on the first time, it loads the data at the same time, right? See, this all works. And then at the same time, when you click on different route, see the route changed, the data also got changed, because now every time you click on this, the endpoint is triggered, new data is retrieved. So you're still on the page, everything looks good. Let me minimize and show you. See, if I click on it, you see the data is getting changed in the top, right? That's how you will subscribe to the route as well. Okay, so now you have learned good routing, how HTTP service works, how we were able to do all of these things, right? Great. Now let's click on the shop and it goes to shop grid, which means let's go jump back to our template, click on the shop grid and copy the middle content, the content that is required for us to put it in our shop. Okay, first we will always make sure this looks exactly same as template, and then we play around with however we want, right? We customize according to what we want. So I'm going to copy these sections, whatever I'm showing you, right? All of these hero section and the breadcrumb section, and going to the shop details. So let's go to the product shop. Okay, so right now I just replace this and let's see what happens. Okay, so something is coming, right? So if I go to shop, some banner is not coming, but some layout is coming. Okay, so for now I'm going to remove the banner. In the upcoming videos I'll show you how to link the banner with the right image. Okay, so let's clean up this. We don't need any of this banner. We directly need the main section, right? The left and the right section. See this department and this sales of this. Says department is still incorrect. So let's create a new component called category. Okay, and then we will place that category inside the product. So we use this ng generate component product slash category. So product under the product folder, like the module category is created. So basically what I'm going to do is, this is a simple component that will go through the categories from the data model that we have, and then it will put in the unordered list, the UI element. Okay, that's it. So now you can use this app category component in our shop. Not only shop, in upcoming pages it's easy to replace it here, so that we don't need to repeat this, right? So the component is placed here automatically on this page. All these items came. Great, that looks good. And all of these things are not good, so we're gonna change all of this, the content. So if I scroll down, I'm gonna leave all the left side one. All of these things that you see, it's all in the left side. Okay, as in we progress, we've needed, we will change it, or according to your need you change it in your website. Okay, now we will concentrate on important things here. The product list that we have, right, that is what we are going to use it. So here whatever the dummy data was there, we replaced with the real product list that's retrieving the data from the HTTP servers. Okay, so now come down, I'm going to remove all of these things also. So two places I'm going to reuse this app product list. Okay, see, this is the beauty of this Angular, right? You can reuse this component. You brought up all of this data, not only here on the details page as well as on the shop page, right? Data are dynamic, and if you click on it, it will go to this page. You click on it, it's going to read out to the different content. See, it's as and when we build, we are building a real data, real application, as we build in the real organization, right? So that's the standard that we will follow. So we were able to do all of these things. Now everything looks good. Product details is there, routing is there, image you are able to load, video load, everything looks good. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. This is the episode 5. We will end up now. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, like it, comment and share with your friends. And in the upcoming episodes we will see much interesting stuff. This is Angular Developer Series. We are building e-commerce web application, and this is episode 6. In this video, we are going to take a look at the complete lifecycle hooks of Angular components, input and output decorator. So without delay, come let's get started. Let's take a look at the quick demo. You see this, we have this home component where we are displaying the multiple product lists, and if you click on the shop, currently we are showing the products, but if you look at in the left side, I've added something called price. The price is something that you put some numbers and it gets filtered, and see, you can see the changes happening instantly, and the count of the products that's been filtered is also showed, right? So these two are nothing but the input and the output, how the parent and their child components are communicating, and how we can make use of these two decorators. So that is what we are going to see, and then completely the lifecycle hook of a component, because they play a major role. So to check the lifecycle hooks, go to this angular.io/guide/lifecycle-hooks, and here the Angular website will tell you about a different lifecycle of a component, and also how it getting responded. Like I've said in several videos, this is the time that we can talk about the lifecycle hooks. See, the several lifecycle hooks, and it's a sequence of events. Actually, we will be taking a look at how the sequence is executed, and one of the last one will be the ng on destroy, when the components are completely wiped off from the place. Like when you navigate away from a particular route, if the components are going away, that's when the last one gets executed. All right, so how do we do that? Let's open up the code and follow along with me. The previous code will be the episode 5, so you can download the completed one and follow along with me, or you can also take a look at the completed code. So now under the products, under the shop component, So you can specify saying implements followed by the lifecycle hook event. The first one that we will take a look is the ng on init, right? So if you put ng init, then it will force you to implement the interface, which is this ng on init. Okay, similarly we have on changes and several other things. Similarly, you can also pull up the code, and what I'm going to do is now, all right, so let's create a constructor. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is in the constructor, this will be the first one to initiate, and then followed by the lifecycle hooks. So in lifecycle hook perspective, ng on change will be first, ng on init will be 2, but I'm going to copy paste all the life cycles here, and then I will quickly import everything, and then I'll also use this editors feature to implement all the unimplemented interfaces. See, that's how this all things comes, but I don't want to throw any error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace all of this code with a console.log. So when it executes, we will see some logging coming up in the console. So let me copy this, paste this, nothing else. I didn't change anything. I just added console.log and followed by the number, so you know what is fired first. Okay, so the constructor will be first, followed by the lifecycle hook. So we are on the page on the shop. Let's go and click on the developer tool F12, and here let me clear off all this console, and you can see this everything is started loading, right? So first one is constructor, and you don't see the number 2. We will come to that shortly when we take a look at the input and output, but you can see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then followed by again lifecycle hook. So these are the sequence of events that happens when the component is initiated until it is completely done. And when you come out of the component, you see this ng on destroyed is invoked, right? So that's the lifecycle of the component. Now let's add a variable called max price. It's of type number, and let's define that as 10 by default. What we are going to do is we are going to filter the products based on the price. We will have one more variable called filtered products. Okay, so the first product, right, line number 11, is to store whatever we retrieved from the database, and filtered product is something that we will reassign the filtered product. So let's get this also initialized at line number 24. Okay, this is like we are setting the incoming data on both the variables initially. Okay, so we initialized both the variables now. Now what we will do, we'll copy this and go to this HTML page, right? Let's scroll a little bit. Alright, so now let's go to the HTML page, replace this product into the filtered product. So anyway, by default, both will have the same value, so there won't be any impact in our application. You can see all the 6 products coming up. Okay, now how do you get this max price from a different component? Because app product list is the component that is being used in the shop component, right? And home component. So now we need to dynamically pass this value from the parent component. So that's when we have something called input decorator. So let me tell you at a high level. If you put @input open brace close parenthesis, and then this is coming under Angular/core, you can see that it's getting added there, right? So the moment you decorate a variable with input, which means this variable becomes an input from a component perspective. So somebody who's using this component, like here line number 167, right, can pass this max price value. So you should remember one thing: if it is an input, you should always open the bracket. Okay, this is like an attribute or attribute assignment, and we are saying max price equal to a variable called price. There is no variable called price in this component. So the moment you declare a price variable that is of type number, the error will go away. Okay, so we will define some static number like 0 as a default number, or some 1 or 10, whatever it is, right? So let's give some initial value which is 100, and see the error went off, right? So remember, input is something that a parent component, in our case it's shop component, using a child component called a product list. So the parent is sending information to the child component. That's when you use the input. Okay, parent to child is called input. Now we will also define a variable here called total products. Total products, why do we need this? If you come all the way through down, there is some number called static number. So I don't want the static number. I want this total product that is displayed on the screen to be the exact count of what we display, right? If we display 6, it has to be 6. That's what the idea is. So now the first step is input, which we have done, right? We are passing this value, and let's take a look at how this input is coming up on the screen. Let me go to the shop, and right now there's nothing because the left side price we haven't utilized this. Okay, so we are going to make this as a input, dynamic input. Now if you remember, we saw about some bindings, right? So there is one binding that we haven't seen called two-way binding. For the two-way binding is the one that we are going to see now. So I'm going to remove this complete div. I don't want this slider stuff and all. Instead, I'm going to use an input element, simple input element, and this is of type number. Okay, generally it is a text, but we can define this input type as different types. This one is a number, and I'm just defining a class, a default class called the form control that looks that makes the text box looks good. Minimum and the maximum attribute 1 and 5000. I'm saying the user can change up to maximum of 5000, not less than 1 and not more than 5000. Now here's the important piece. For the two-way binding, you should remember this, right? Football in a quote. So bracket and then open the parenthesis, you type ngModule and then you specify a variable. The moment you say ngModule, okay, that's when the binding will become a two-way binding. But right now it's showing up error that it is telling it don't know what is ngModule. The reason because ngModule belongs to a module called form module. So we need to go to this product module and go and import the form module. Okay, so the form module will bring up all of this ngModule. So the moment we close the stack, ngModule error went off. Okay, so this is called two-way binding. So let me tell you how the two-way binding works. See, initially in the component we specified 100, so this input become 100. Now if I just put here for your understanding, so I'm just going to print whatever is coming for this variable. See, now component is giving 100 as a value, so 100 came. Now I'm changing this on the text box, which means from the UI to component, the price variable is getting updated. That's why you saw the numbers increasing and decreasing. Now this is why it called two-way binding. Now in this two-way binding, there's another event called ngModule change. It's a special type of event specified for the two-way binding. What basically we're saying is, hey, whenever this input is changing, trigger a function. Just let me know that this number changed. Okay, so whenever change is happening, that's when on price change function gets triggered. So there is a function called on price change. This function is called every time this price variable is getting changed, like when you change something on the input. Okay, here we can just specify a log statement, but this is only for understanding purpose. We may or may not use it. But you should remember, two-way binding, the value gets changed, but if you want to do some action when the value changes, that's when ngModule change function gets invoked. Okay, now all what we're doing is this max price that we are sending now to the lower component, right? We wanted to see what's coming up. See, the 100 is the one which is coming from the parent to the child because we passed, and it's getting printed. You can see in the top just for the understanding purpose. So if I change, see 100, if I change this, parent is changing some number, the child component is also getting the updated number. See, lively it's getting updated. Now we have the price value. It's time to filter the price value. So let's go to this component where the child component is receiving the number. We will implement an interface, the lifecycle hook called onChange. OnChange is the one, you remember this is an interview question as well. OnChange is the lifecycle hook that gets triggered whenever you see an input decorator on the component. So in this case, max price has an input decorator. Whenever the max price changes, this is the function which gets invoked. Nothing else will get invoked. So if you want to do some action based on the incoming max price change, this is where you need to do. So all what we are doing is we are going and filtering the main product variable to see, okay, get me all the products that is less than or equal to the incoming product. So right now it's 10, there is no products, but anything is 20, so there are two products who got filtered. That's when it's getting filtered. If I change more number, the more products are coming. See, so lively, this ngOnChange function is getting triggered only because of the input. If there is no input on a component, ngOnChange will never ever trigger. Okay, this is very important. Now, how do we send back some information from child to the parent? That's when the output is coming into picture. So if you decorate a variable with @ output, open parenthesis and close parenthesis, this becomes an event emitter. So we are saying the product count changed equal to new event emitter of a particular type. What we wanted to emit, in our case we wanted to emit a number. Number means like after the products are getting filtered, we are trying to emit how many products are there in the filtered product. In our case, number is what we wanted to send it back to the parent, but if you want to send an object, you can still send an object or any other type, doesn't matter. So we put that in on change whenever the filter is happening, and also in the initial state, because initial state also we wanted to tell how many products are there, right now we don't have that number. Now from child to parent came, but how the parent will recognize this? When you see this is an event emitter. So you remember everything that is event will always open as a parenthesis. So we are saying product count change. This is the name that you saw in the child component. So we are saying that is the event. Whenever that is getting triggered, emitted, you call a function called product count changed. Okay. Very simple. Remember, if it is input, it is a square bracket. If it is an emitter coming from a child to the parent, it is always going to be a parenthesis. Okay, that's when people get confused. So you remember that, and then we are saying, hey, whenever that is happening, call this function, and we know the incoming is a number. That's why I have put in line number 71 as number. Okay, what is the error here? Okay, looks like I've put asterisk instead of a dollar sign. That is a problem. So I'm going to correct it quickly. It is not hash, it is dollar sign. Okay, so dollar event. Now if you go to shop right now, what we get? See, we get 6 because it's getting emitted, and I say change the product, the number got changed. If I change this to some 20, like 2 products, see 2 is coming. If it increase this number to a 4 products filter, 4 is coming, right? So lively it is getting updated. So input is parent to child, output is child to parent. Child will always emit something. That's always going to be an event emitter. Remember this. Okay, so we have seen all of these concepts. This is very important. You can read through the readme file. By the time you get this code, you'll have a proper readme file, and this is also important concept, so we will be utilizing this also as and when we progress. I hope you enjoyed this video. You learned about input, output, and lifecycle hooks of Angular. And if you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and I will see you in the next episode. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application, and this is episode 7. In this video, we will be checking how we can find out users' idle state and then warn them and do some appropriate action. And eventually we will be using this into our AD B2C login authentication to warn them and do a auto session timeout after a certain time, so though that user is protected and everything looks good. So without delay, come, let's get started. Before we put our hands on the tech, let's take a look at the demo. You see this, there is something running on the top, and then you can also see to the top right, you can see some session warning came, session timed out came, right? Just to show us the demo, I have put the session idle state as 5 seconds because I don't want you to wait for a long time to just see this message, right? So let's get into the code now. It'll be nice. So first we will install a package called ng-idle. Okay, there are 2 packages that you need to install, ng-idle/core and then keep alive. Don't worry, this code is completely available, so you can just watch and what I'm doing, and it'll be a very short and crispy video. So I'm installing 2 packages, ng-idle/core, ng-idle/keep alive. So these 2 comes from the same package owner, right? So we have installed these 2 packages, and to just show a nice toaster message, we will also install ngx toaster package. After you install the toaster package, we will add this node, its respective nice CSS onto the angular.json, and then whenever you add anything on angular.json, if the project is already running, stop and rebuild and run it. Like basically stop and start, because that's when the build will recognize these CSS and then the UI will start showing up the updated CSS. Okay, so we're done with that. All what you're going to do is we're going to go to this app module and then import the ng-idle keep alive module. So anything that is installed as package, it's nothing but an ng module. So we will use this module, we will import this. Okay, so after we import, we will also import a toaster module for root. Both are for root. Basically, we are saying at the main root itself, this has been implemented. And toaster module is basically some configuration says, every only for 5 seconds it should show on the top right. So like a default configuration. Okay. Now I copy pasted a piece of code, right? Don't worry about this code. I didn't write anything on my own. This is all there in the package documentation itself. So basically, I'll go through slowly of what it is doing. Basically, they have a couple of variables like not started, started, and all of those things. The line number 22, 23, 24, this is when you need to understand, right? So we're setting an idle time of 5 seconds. Timeout is 5 seconds. And see, you can subscribe to a couple of events. Let's see, idle start dot subscribe. We are subscribing here. Whenever there is a idle status detected, okay, this function gets notified. Similarly, you can see when at this point of time I'm just changing a toaster message that idle state detected, like basically we are telling user, this is only for understanding, right? So behind the scene, when we implement after the AD B2C, we will not show all of those things, but only when important places. So this is for the demo purpose. We are saying, okay, whenever idle start is happening, this method gets fired, so we notify this. Similarly, when the idle is ended, whatever you wanted to do, you can do in the function which is after 32 line. So here I'm saying basically this is idle end, right? So you can say so idle ended means basically the user is active. So we are saying, hey, whenever the user is active, we're saying the user is active. And then timeout means like timeout warning. Basically timeout warning means like after when idle state is detected, right? We are saying, hey, there's something that's going to happen, and that's when we put some alert message over there as well. Now we'll copy paste this piece of code. Basically this is variables which we saw in the component. It will just show you what the states are. Now what I'm going to do is, under the header component, I'm going to pass some data. So let me add an input decorator. We saw this input and output in the last video. So here we are saying timeout seconds, right? I'm just passing. See, I want to show some message in the header. That's why as per our component, I need to pass some information to the header component. So here, if you come, like I'm going to paste some code. Basically it says, okay, whenever I'm passing this timeout seconds count, right, it will show this appropriate message. Nothing else, no fancy thing, right? The main stuff is all there in the app component.ts. Okay, there are a couple of methods that you need to subscribe to it so that you can do some actions. Now, because we modified our header, here what we will do in the header, we will just pass some value. What value we will pass? The value that is detected in the app component. So in this case, the timeout seconds is the countdown. Whenever the countdown is happening, like the idle state is detected and something is happening, that's when the countdown will come, right? So this is the place. Let me refresh the page and see how it starts. See, I'm not doing anything, nothing happens. I keep it for 5 seconds. You see the message started coming, and you can see in the top session started rolling out. Whenever the timeout is done, the message also popped up in the right. I will do it one more time. You can see wherever I'm hovering, basically the countdown starts getting value when the idle state is detected. In our case, it's just 5 seconds, and you move the mouse, the idle state is no more idle, it's active. That's why you see this user active message. Okay, so now why am I doing all of these things, right? This is something that you can integrate in any of your existing logout feature. It need not to be AD B2C. Basically we detect certain idle time, and then we will auto log off the user. So appropriate method, right, wherever this the subscription is happening, right, idle timeout, idle warning, those are the places where you need to put your piece of code to auto log off the user. So when I go into this AD B2C shortly in a couple of videos, we will be integrating this as well, so that user is auto logged off in 20 minutes or whatsoever the time that we set. I hope you enjoy this video. This is also a useful video. We will eventually have this in our main application, right? We will integrate this, so that's why we are going through all of these code. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, like it, and comment your questions in the video. This is Angular Developer Series, and we are building e-commerce web application. This is episode 8. In this video, we will be taking a look at how you can use the query parameters and pass the dynamic search results or search values to a different component. This will be an interesting video and very useful video. Without delay, come let's get started. Let's take a look at the demo. If you go to shop, there is something called price, right? And I have ordered something called search. You type here something and click on the search button. You can see the search results has been shown in the top right. And you can also see it has navigated to a different component and have a question mark followed by a query equal to query string. Right, so we're passing some value from a different component to a different component, and you can utilize this search and actually call the backend API to customizedly call the API and get the filtered data. That is what we're going to do. Okay, so now let's go to shop component, and I'm going to replace this. I'm going to copy paste a piece of code. Basically, this code is nothing but it just has an input. Okay, and in the previous video we saw ngModule, which is a two-way binding. So I'm using the same thing, and I have a variable called a search query, and also there's a button. Okay, so search query is just a variable and getting utilized in the same component. Okay, so this is of type string, and by default it will be like empty string, and we have a button, and on a click event it is basically calling a function. The function is nothing but on search submit. That's it, nothing else, no fancy stuff, right? Very simple. A function is being called when a click of a button is happening. Now what we are going to do is we are going to do something related to the query parameter. So first, for that we need to inject a router on the constructor. Okay, so router is a parameter, we are injecting it. After we injected that in the constructor, we'll use this router dot navigate, which means on click button we wanted to navigate to a different route. Here you specify in the bracket with a single quote saying /product/search. I wanted to navigate to this route in the product, and then I wanted to pass a query parameter. So when the moment you say comma and then open this bracket, you can say something called query params. Okay, query params is the thing that you are passing. So here we are saying query colon the search query. Okay, so basically query params is the one that you can pass multiple parameters, and one of the parameter is the query, query. That's it. Okay, that's why in the URL you saw question mark query equal to followed by the data. Okay, so we have this information, and then we will use the same information in the product list, because product list in shop has the same look and feel in the left side, right? So that's why I copy pasted the same thing. I'm going to copy paste this also into this product list, so there's no other difference. I'm doing this only because both has the same layout. Ideally we can modify this, make it a little better also, but this is just for understanding purpose. Okay, so I'm using the same thing in both the component basically. And now let's say you passed it, right? Now how do you read it? You pass from one component to another component, you have to read it. So what we are going to do is we are saying we will inject another service like in the product list. Here we will inject something called activated route. Okay, router is to navigate, activated route is to read the parameters. If you remember how we read the product ID, and we will also inject something called toaster service just to give a nice UI on the top right. We're doing that. Okay, so two important things here. Activated route is important thing to read the information of the query, and then router is to navigate. Okay, so now here we will also implement the lifecycle hooks like on init, and I'm going to bring up that. See, it came. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to subscribe to the query param. So this dot route dot query params dot subscribe, which means any query parameter that is getting changed, I wanted to subscribe and wanted to get notified. Okay, so that is what this code is meaning. Okay, so I'm going to subscribe to this query params, because I'm not reading any ID values, I'm reading the query params values. And then after I subscribe, I wanted to read that variable, right? In our case, the variable that we passed was query. In your case it could be any name, but so I'm trying to read that particular variable If it is there, it will take and put it in search query. If not, it's going to be a empty string. Okay, and then I'm wanted to show that in the toaster so that we know what we received. That's why. Okay, so after this reading of information, I'm going to put this variable line into the toast information, so it will show nicely of what we received. All right, so this is what the line number 22 is all about. The important thing is to subscribe to the query params route. Okay, so we're done with this. Everything looks good. So both the component has the same piece of code. So now let's go here. Let's see what happens. I go to shop. I'm trying to type something. Let's say I'm typing mini search. You see the route changed, the toaster came. Now we are on the shop. See, remember this is on shop. From here you're navigating to product search. Because we implemented the same logic in product search, the UI is same. So I click on search. You can literally see what's going on in the URL. URL value changed. Because we re-navigated to this, you just flickered it. You cannot even see what's going on. It's super fast. So it came back to the same route. And then because we subscribe to this navigation of this parameter, like the query parameter we subscribe right on the on init, that's why it retrieved again the updated value and it showed. Now here is the task for you guys, right? The task is now pass this value into this product list component as an input, and there along with the price you use this also to filter the products. Okay, later you can call different API to filter it from the server side, but this is a task for you guys to practice it. If you're doing it from first, this will help you to build knowledge and have good hands-on in your experience. I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to leave this to you. So I was able to tell you how to do this query parameter stuff. We pass from one component to another component. So from this component you can pass to a different component, because this component is what will eventually have the product list component. So you can pass this as an input to that component and get it filtered. Okay, this is your task. It will be very nice if you can do it. Alright guys, that's it for this video. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, like, share with your friends, and if you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to help you, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application. This is episode 9. So in this video, we're going to take a look at how we can build dynamic shopping cart with real-time update. So we'll be using RSJS operators to achieve this real-time update. It'll be interesting, and without delay, let's get started. Let's take a look at the demo, right? So this is the shopping page. You see this when you have all of these products. When you go to shopping cart, there's no shopping items, right? The moment you add something to the cart, you can see the updates coming up to the right side, and I can keep adding few items to my cart. It's showing which product I'm getting added, and even if I click a couple of times, let's see what happens to the cart. See, all of those items that I added, it's in the cart. Even if 2 times I add, the number counts to 2, and all of these totals are summed up, and you can see the final total here, right? If I delete, it goes away. And not only that, if you look at here, this number gets updated automatically based on number of items in the cart. You see this, it got updated to 4. So how these things are getting updated dynamically, how we are going to build a good shopping cart features, that is what we are going to see in this video. It will be interesting, and all of the code will be new. So let's put our hands on the deck. So what we are going to do is we are going to go out to our the template that we already have. If you go to the shopping cart.html, this is the piece of code that we want to take it from this code, right? So it has all of those side navigation. Let's not need all of those things. So I'm going to take only the top banner and going to copy paste here. Okay, the banner which will come with an image. Let's take a look what you're doing. Okay, so here the only thing that I've added is the background image URL. It used to be in the HTML itself, but we have to bring this to this one and then dynamically put it there so that the image comes properly. Okay, so we can set the style.background image by this. Okay, so if with this piece of code, right, the only thing that I have is the router added. Like if you click on it, it goes to the home. So let's see what it is. See, the image came, and you click on this home, it will go to the home. That's it. That's the only piece I have added. Okay, now next thing is the shopping cart, right? Basically it is a table HTML element, and all what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste that piece of code from the template. So where is that? If you go to webmaster and go to the shopping cart, right, if you narrow down to that particular place where the table is present, you see this is the shopping cart section begins, right? So you copy this whole section, just to you copy this whole section and paste it there, and that will give you a rough UI element. So I just simply copy pasted. You see this, some data came, right? All of this came. The image is not coming, that's okay, but we are trying to bring in to whatever we want. Now if you click on this item, it needs to be added and it needs to be served from here. In order to do that, let's add a new service called cart service. Okay, so under services, I'm adding cart.services.ts. A-services will bring up a snippet that is required for our service. See, the only thing, like I mentioned a couple of times, it should be an injectable and provided at the root, and I'm naming this at cart service. Okay, now we're going to use the local storage to store this information. So I'm going to create a variable called cart key, and the cart key is cart. Okay, it is a private, so that this variable is not accessed from outside of the service, only within the service. Okay, now the first thing is I'm creating again a private method, which means the method is available only within the service. The function is available within the service. Okay, so it accepts a cart. Okay, like it accepts a list of product models. Okay, an array of product models, and returns nothing. All what it is doing is it is going to store that information in the local storage. Okay, local storage means it will save it in the browser. So local storage dot set item, you pass the key comma value. It's a key value path. The key is cart, which is taking from line number 6, and we are going to parse it to this JSON and save it as a data. That's it. Okay, local storage is these days supported by most of the browser, unless the user is like 15 years behind or 10 years behind. You may not have it, but it is likely not possible. So it will pretty much work for the local storage. Okay, now later we will call the API and save it in the database. For now, let's proceed with local storage. Next, I'm adding a function called get cart. Okay, that is going to return a list of like the array of product model. So in order to get it, we need to go and search with a particular key in the local storage. So line number 14 is basically local storage dot get item, pass the key, it will return the data. In line number 15, we're checking the data is valid, like it has some data, then we are parsing to JSON. If it doesn't have, we will assign a empty array, because by default initially, unless the user adds it, it will be an empty array, right? There won't be anything stored with that key. Now that's it. So this function is done. We have a save function, we have a get function. Okay, again one more time I'm saying there are certain methods marked as private intentionally, so that save cart, in this case save cart, is not accessible outside of this function. If somebody is injecting the service, if you don't provide this, if you don't mark a function as private, then it will be accessible. I don't want anyone to directly save into the save cart, because there is a logic that we will be doing on add cart. Okay, the next method we will be doing that logic. So add cart, add to cart, basically we will correct the naming later, but add cart is a function which will accept one product at a time, and it is going to return nothing, but it is eventually going to add these items into the storage, the local storage. Okay, so line number 21, if you remember, the products has the quantity is being defined from the database. So a product is like 100, 200, 500, we don't know, n number of products will be there. The same product, n number of quantity will be there. So first, when the user is trying to add an item to the cart, we will reset this quantity into 1, because one time they're using, user is adding, they are actually trying to add that item one time, like purchase one time, right? Unless they click this again. Okay, so that's why this logic is being set to 1. And then what we are going to do is, so we will try to retrieve the existing saved one. So this dot get cart should return an empty array or a product model array. Okay, if we have saved something, it will return. If not, it will be an empty array. Now here's the logic. Okay, basically we are finding if a particular product that a user is trying to add is already there in the cart. If the item is already there in the cart, that is what we're trying to find in line number 23. So cart.find, based on the product ID, we will try to find if it is there, which means next time if the same product comes into picture for addition, then we just increase the quantity by 1. We don't need to duplicate the product items. Okay, same product ID more than once, we will increment the quantity. That's what the user is actually trying to do. Okay, keep adding into the cart of the same item. Basically he wants many item of the same product. That is what this logic is. Okay, so we can do this only by detecting the incoming product is already present in the cart that is saved in the local storage, and if we find it, we will increment its quantity by 1, not by just adding one more time. Okay, that's a simple logic that we are writing it. Now we will find if existing item is present, meaning if existing item is present, it will be a true. How do we know? If it returns undefined or null, the if condition will be false. Okay, but if it is present, we are just saying take the quantity, increment by 1. Okay, plus equal to 1 means increment by 1. If you're familiar with the previous backend language, C# or something, it's incremental operator. Okay, plus plus 1, 1 plus plus, like that. So plus equal to 1 is equivalent of adding one more item to that. Now if it is not present, what are we supposed to do? We will define a new item. Dot 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 item means it's a spread operator. It's a TypeScript ECMAScript 6 feature. It's called spread operator. We are spreading all the properties of an item. Item is nothing but the product model, and then in that the quantity is the property. We are saying whatever value it is there, ignore it, make it as 1, and then we are pushing that item to cart.push, pushing that item. Now this piece of line is equivalent of what we wrote it in the first line. Okay, next we save it, this dot save, pass the product ID, and then we use this toaster servers to nicely show a toaster message. That's it. Now I'm going to add two more methods. One is clear cart. Clear cart is to empty it. Remove cart is we find out all the products which is saved in the cart except the incoming product. So 1 2 3 4, if 4 is getting deleted, we just need 1 2 3. We take it, we show a nice message, and we resave the items, which means it will literally be removed. Okay, so all of these things have been happening locally. So for good, now the cart service has been somehow built. Now let's go to cart component and initiate this variable. Cart items of type product model of array initialized with the empty array. Okay, so then in the constructor we inject this cart service. Now we are going to make use of this. Okay, so first what we are doing is we are going to get all the items from the cart, like, which is nothing but the local storage. Okay, so for that we have added the service. So let's add another variable called total amount. Total amount is basically we go through everything, right? We have to store it here. We don't want any hard-coded number. Okay, for now it is 0. I will explain you when I build the method. Okay, so now what we are going to do is I'm going to add a simple function. Basically this function is going to call the get cart function from the get cart service, which means it will return an array of product model. It will go through every single product inside this model and calculate the total amount. So total amount is equal to total amount into total amount plus price for a given product. If the $10 is the price, into 4 quantity means 4 into 10, 40 plus the existing total. So the total amount will finally become the addition of all the amounts. Okay, that is what it is doing. Now let's implement the lifecycle hook of ngOnInit. And in ngOnInit we will call this one so that we get the data. Now we have the data. We have the data in the cart items. Okay, and from here in this point of time, if the user decides to remove a particular item from the cart, which we used to do in Amazon or any other website, it has to be removed. So we make a function of that. We will pass the product ID. We'll call the remove from cart function of the cart service, and then recalculate by recalling the get cart details. That's it. And we have the data here. So for good, all what I'm going to do here is, if I scroll a little bit up, there will be a table. Header section is perfect, but under the body, there will be a multiple TR tags, right? See, because it's a hard-coded value, I'm going to remove all of this stuff and we will place our template. This is exactly what we learned so far. Like, we are going to go through ng for of a cart item. Okay, if the cart item is like has nothing, then we show that message. If not, we go through and then we build the tag. This is what we have seen in video 4 and 5, right? So we are going to go through the products that we have. We show the image, we use this pipe symbol like currency to show the price. That is also what we have seen. We are using interpolation, we are using pipe. This is what we saw. Okay, for a given product, if the quantity is 4, we will there show it there itself. We will show the price. For example, if a product is been added 2 times, okay, and the cost of the product is $10, 2 into 10, 20. We will convert that and show us $20 over here, line number 58 and line number 60. The logic is that, so it's a calculation done on the UI itself. Okay, and similarly, when they click on X button, we call this remove item and remove the particular item. See, right now there is nothing here because our cart is empty. So let's go to the shop and see what happens if I click on that and add it. Okay, so the cart item is empty. Ideally, we are supposed to see no items in the cart, but it's not coming because it's a valid empty array. So we will use the length element to figure out. Now you see, length is 0, so it's a false. Not a false is true. That's why no items in cart has been displayed nicely. Okay, now what we will do is we will make use of adding an item. Okay, so for good. Now under down, right, so there's a hard-coded value. You see this $45, like line number 94. There is a hard-coded value. So we are going to remove that hard-coded value. I'm increasing the font so it will be easy. See, I don't want any hard-coded value, so we will replace the variable here. So I'm going to do an interpolation of total amount variable converting into currency. It's the same value for subtotal and total, so I'm using that. It's a one-way binding, right? Total amount is a variable. That's it. We use the pipe symbol to show that in currency. Right now it is $0. Perfect. So for good, this page looks good. Now how do we get an item here? If you go to shop, you hover on it and click on this cart item. That's when it has to add an item into the cart, which means let's go to product list first, and then we will inject the cart service in the constructor. So we will inject the cart service in the constructor. So private cart service colon cart service. The moment you add it, it added automatically the import. Now all what you're going to do is we will add a item here. See, add to cart. Okay, so add to cart is a method which will take the product and call the service to add the cart. Okay, so I'm correcting the name so that it will be same. So add to cart. Okay, like I discussed, right, we will be correcting the name. Okay, so we corrected the function name. So we need to call this add to cart from here. From where we will call? From the third item. That's the icon that shows as a cart. So here, so we will be using the event binding on this element. So when somebody clicks on that, I need to call a function and pass the product. Product is nothing but the one that is coming from the for. Okay, so when I click here, you see this, it called that function, and then this one started showing, right? So let me click a couple more items. Okay, the same items being shown. See, number got into 2. Right, that's the logic that we wrote. Now if I add couple more items, see, I'm adding different items. Let's go to shopping cart. Very nice, right? Everything started showing. UI is very perfect, the calculation is good. If I remove it from this page, the update of the amount is also happening. Okay, later in the video I will show you a Angular 17 and 16 feature called Angular 16 plus feature called Angular Signal. So we will implement that later, but for now you know it was perfect. Now there's something in the header. You see this in the header in the top. You need to show that value dynamically, right? So number of cart items needs to be shown. Right now it's hard coded into 3 or something, but we don't want, right? We want the real cart item to be shown on line number 71. So how do we do that? Now this is when it comes our RxJS operator, our rescue operator, right? Like that's the one that's going to save us. Now I'm going to explain a new operator. So let's go to cart service. Okay, there's something called behavioral subject and subject. Okay, that's a RxJS operator. So we're going to take a look at those operators now. So let's declare a variable which is private called cart subject. Okay, that's nothing but it's a type of new behavioral subject. Okay, I will give you details of what is behavioral subject and everything down. So basically we're initializing it's of type number and default value is 0. Okay, so we are first initializing a variable with that, and then we will make an observable. So cart dollar, it's just a convention that we used to follow, and it is of type observable of number, and that is coming from this cart subject. Okay, so we are saying cart subject is considered as an observable and assigning it to cart. Okay, so these two, once you understand this, I will give you more details shortly, but basically these two variables that we have defined. Okay, so let me paste the details here so it will be easy to understand. So let's go through one by one. So behavioral subject is nothing but it is a type of subject in RxJS. Okay, behavioral subject is a special type of subject that keeps the current value, and it also maintains a notion of the current value. So whenever the last value is emitted, it can be make use of it. Similarly, cart subject that we have, right, it's an instance of a behavioral subject, so which is also initialized with the 0 value, and then that's how the value is determined. Now the cart dollar that we made, right, this is observable, that is created for the cart subject using the observable method. So what will happen is whenever there is a change, we will notify the subscribers, whoever has subscribed for this notification. We will notify them with the latest emitted value. Okay, that is what we are going to do. So that's the explanation of these three things, like these two things, and we will see how it works, right? So we know about these behavioral subject and the observable. Okay, now we are saying whenever there's an item added, okay, we are saying this cart subject dot next and pass the number is nothing but the length of the cart item. So cart dot length will give you the number of items in the cart, and this is what gets notified. Okay, so it notifies to the user. We will see how to subscribe to this event, but we are notifying at this point of time. Okay, whenever the cart is added. Similarly, whenever it is removed also we have to notify, because something is getting removed, right? So which means you come here, and whenever it's added we notify, whenever they are trying to get also we notify. Okay, so for good, and then during removal also we have to notify. So it's the same code I copy pasted, so we are notifying in all the states. Now you need to subscribe to it. Okay, see, cart dollar is of type observable of number. Anything that is observable can be subscribed. Now I go to this header component, again inject the cart service here. Okay, now here I'm saying cart items dollar, this is of observable of number. Okay, I'm defining, like I'm defining this variable, and I'm saying this is an observable of number, which means it's asynchronously notified, and in the constructor we will inject the cart service now. Okay, the cart service is injected, and we have an observable of number, and that is a cart item. So basically cart items will be a number. Okay, now let's implement the lifecycle hook on init, which means it will bring up the ng on init. See, it brought up. Now here what do? We subscribe to this event. So this dot cart items. See, cart items, we are assigning some value to this cart item. So this dot cart service dot cart dollar. This is the observable of number, right? So we are saying put this into this, both are observable. We don't need to subscribe. Basically both are observable. Even if you subscribe, you just need to modify the code, but both are same. Now here what we have to do was we need to show that cart items dollar that we have, right? We are putting it here. See, generally whatever you have seen so far is a subscribed one, which means it will evaluate and give you the number, but right now it is observable of number. There's a way to do this. If you put a pipe symbol and say async, you don't need to subscribe for any asynchronous observable. Automatically when the answer comes, like the data comes, it will get resolved. You see this? I click, I remove it, the numbers are getting updated. Let's go to shopping and let's keep updating. Just keep an eye on this, right? I added, became 1. I added one more, 2. I added the third item, 3, 4. See, the same thing. The number of cards that has been added is being displayed here. Okay, so that's the beauty of this. It should be 6. So 5, probably if I click this properly, yes, 6. So there are 6 unique cart items. That's why you see the numbers getting, and if I remove something, that's get updated instantly, right? That's the beauty of the RxJS operators. So we know how we have used all of these things, right? And then you click on this image, it should take you back to the product description, like the product detail page. Alright, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, like, share, and comment if you have any questions. So the whole source code is available, so you don't need to worry. The only thing that I'm doing right now is just adding the cursor. So basically anything that is a tag, okay, if the user is hovering on it, it will just show up as a mouse, like a clickable one. So it will be easy and looks nice for the user that, okay, I'm hovering on it, it's gonna get clicked. Okay, that's it. So that's the only thing that I'm doing, and all of the codes available in the GitHub repository. I will give you everything in the description, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next video, guys. This is Angular Developer Series. We are on episode 10. We're building e-commerce web application, and in this video I will be showing you how we will use the Azure AD B2C. AD B2C stands for Azure Active Directory Business to Consumer authentication and authorization mechanism with our Angular application and 4 different microservices: orders, profile, products, and cart services. So it will be interesting, and this is something that we have never done, though the channel has similar videos, but this is really going to be interesting, playing with multiple services with AD B2C. So without delay, come, let's get started. Alright, first let's take a look at the demo of the application, how it behaves. Then I will show you step by step of how you will configure the code. Don't worry about the coding, it's all about steps that you need to follow, and you should know how to configure these things to get to the state. Alright, so this is the application that I'm running from my local. This is Angular 16, but 17 is also, it's exactly same code. However, if you hover on these things, you see this is cart, this is orders, products, and user web. Okay, so this is what I'm locally running. So before we step into the code, first understand the application, how it behaves. So when we land on the home page, see, nobody has logged in. I'm still able to get the products. If I go to a different route, it still works. If I go to shop, it is still working, and you can also see this data is being retrieved from the locally running web API, which means the product service is also protected, but few of the APIs are not protected because we don't want it to have any authentication for such APIs, because we are just showing the data here, right? Now, if I click here inside the product details, still it is calling a different API. We are getting the data, right? Still no protection. However, the moment you think that it has to be added to the cart, right? When I click on this, you can see what happens now. See, now the application is forcing the user to log in because the cart service is now being converted into saving the data into the real database for the given user. So we need to know which user did add what cart item, right? So I'm going to use my existing login and login. The moment I log in, you can see next it is taking the token for all of those things and it's going to add it. See, now it's adding, it's added, right? There are interesting things that you should need to understand. So if I hover here, right, let me go to a different page. See, it's now retrieving all the data from the database. See, the cards is returning from the database. Okay, no locally stored content, everything is coming from the card and the user ID is 1. Now something that is interesting and important things to understand. Okay, so I'm gonna close everything, or maybe probably let's go by one. Okay, so let's clean up this so you know what's going on here. Okay, so go to shop, I'm gonna log off so that it's easy to understand. Okay, now if I go to the shops, there is no authentication, nothing, everything looks good, great. But the moment I go to shopping cart, it is forcing me to log in, which you already saw. It is forcing me to log in, but you should understand there is something interesting happening here. Okay, there is something called a token call was going out. Okay, so I click on token, it is calling a token endpoint and it is doing some post. It is basically posting some information. It is saying get me a token which will have a scope. The scope is coming from these two, so I'm sending some information here. Okay, let's understand this. See, there is a scope of card.read and scope of wishlist.read. Okay, we will see where this is coming from. Basically, there is a request sent to Azure to get a token, and after it return the token, if you go and take this content and see what's there in this, go to jw.ms, paste it, and if you scroll down, there's something called scope. See, there's a scope which is coming here, right? So it's interesting, right? And then that scope content was sent as the bearer token because APIs are protected with the scopes. Now there's one more interesting thing that you're going to see. I'm going to enable a piece of code that will trigger 2 more APIs in the front end. So I'm going to enable get profile and get orders. Okay, so let's go to home page. You see this, there are 2 things going out. So let me log out and I will show you. So I logged out, logged in. You can see 2 different calls going on. So the first token you see, it's calling the token endpoint, but look at the payload. The payload is now different. It is sending address.read scope, activity.read scope, and user profile.read scope. For that, it received a payload. This token is different. Look at the next token. Look at the payload. It is sending order.read scope. Okay, so basically what happens is, based on how we configure, right, each API will have its own scope. Based on the scope, it will request for token and that token will be forwarded to its respective endpoints. Okay, so if you look at this endpoint, the token that was going to this endpoint, copy this. Token did not have a scope that was there earlier. You see this? So that's what is happening. So we're going to configure all of these things to see how it is communicating with different microservices and getting authenticated. Okay, so that is what we're going to see. All right, so the first thing is we need to log into portal.azure.com. I have already logged in with my email ID. Now I've already shown multiple videos of how to create Azure AD B2C. If you have already seen those videos, this video will be a little similar, but I'm gonna highlight important things what we have to do. Okay, if you're a first time watcher, you will still be able to make it. Now there are 2 options for you. You can come here and click on Azure AD B2C. Search Azure AD B2C, you'll end up seeing this. Click on this and then you will get to this page. This is something related to the existing login. So all what you have to do is we have to say Azure Active Directory B2C. See, under marketplace there's called Active Directory B2C. If you click on it, it will take you to this page. Okay, that's where you will create a Azure AD B2C tenant. Now, the lot of people get confused with this, what is tenant and all. So in Azure terms, right, tenant, a directory, organization, they're all same. Okay, based on how you speak on a particular context, this tenant, directory or organization name has been used, but all these three things are same. Okay, now if you're first time doing, you can click on create a new Azure AD B2C. All what you have to do is you provide a name, a initial domain name. For example, let's say I wanted to start a bakery, and then the bakery has the name. Okay, so let's say Karthik coffee shop. Okay, if this name is popular, if people know about this, then this is what the name I would like to choose. Okay, so what will happen is there will be a domain created here. You see this karthikcoffeeshop.onmicrosoft.com. Okay, this is the name will come up when people try to log into your site, and then choose such a unique name. If you already have it, I will tell you what you should do, but if you're doing it for first time, choose this name, provide the subscription, put it under a particular resource group, and then click on review create and create it. After you create, you can navigate to that particular place which it was created. If you already have it, you know probably how to do it. Click on this name, click on switch directories. It will show you all the directories here, and I have created such a ADB2C called learnsmartcoding.onmicrosoft.com. This is the name that I created. So I'm going to click on switch. That will take me to the particular active directory, meaning a particular tenant, right? Now, in order to differentiate, I change this color going into settings and click on appearance and choose the black theme, so it will be visible that I'm on a different page. Okay, after you landed on here, now you should click on Azure AD B2C or search Azure AD B2C. The moment you do it, you will end up and come here. Okay, even for the first time users, this all is going to be there, just that when you go inside each of the stuff, it will not be there for the first time user. Okay, at a high level, we need to first create user flows. User flow means it's a set of direction or a set of steps that is already pre-created by the Azure portal, like the team. Microsoft has given all those predefined stuff, so we will use it, so everything is easy for us. Okay, there is something called custom policy, which will be little complicated compared to how you use the existing feature, but we will not talk about such thing now. Let's keep it simple. We will be creating user flow to follow the steps. Now, under here, after user gets logged in, all the users will appear here. For this, learn smart coding @ like on Microsoft.com. Okay, app registration is something that where our application is registered. Okay, so now the very first thing is user flow. Click on user flow, and I already have a set of user flows. Okay, I'm going to show you how you will create user flows, but I will be using the existing user flows. Okay, now click on add user flow. You can see the predefined one, right? So what we will be using is sign up, sign in. So in order for a user to sign up and sign in, we will use together as one policy. This is the existing policy. Okay, instead of creating separate things, we will use this itself. So click on this, and it will ask you which one to choose. Recommended version is what you have to choose, and click on create. Tip number 1, it will always be prefixed with less. I suggest you to strongly use only the lowercase letters. Okay, so for example, sign up, sign in, flow. For example, it has to be a small letter. Click on this, like you give name according to whatever you want, but let's say this is the name. Okay, then there are two options. you wanted to sign up with the email, the local email address, like local means the email address that you use will be as part of this tenant under this login. Okay, or if you have social identity, you can choose this. Remember, if you're doing it for first time, these options won't even come for you. For me, it is there because I already created it. So I can choose this as default. I can choose this if I want. Okay, but I'm going to leave it because I will consider as myself as new user, so I'm not going to do anything. And then multi-factor authentication. Okay, multi-factor authentication is to have a extra security to make sure that user is only doing it. Okay, so for now I will just choose as email, but I will enforcement as false. I will not switch on or conditional because it will be a little annoying when you do a development. Actually, when you go to production, you can enable this for a particular user or for the whole organization itself, but I'm going to switch it off for now. And then if you come here, there are two things: collect attribute, return claims. Okay, so attribute collection means certain things that you can collect it from the user. I want to collect a given name, a surname, and an email address. And if you click on more, it will show you all of these things, right? So all I want is I want the given name, the surname, and then probably a display name. That's it. I want to collect only these three information, but I wanted to return in the claims of this display name. I wanted to return this also. What else I want to return? I wanted to return my surname, like whoever's surname. I wanted to also return a claim that tells whether the user is a first time user or is a returning user. Alright, so I want to return all of these things, and I will say okay. I can click on create. The moment I click on create, the user flow has been created. And where is that user flow? It is here. Now if you forget to do something, it's okay, you can come inside and change those settings. Okay, so now the first thing is properties. What you see here, you can see whatever we did there is coming here. Okay, alright, so it's all here, it's all default values. You don't need to change. In case you wanted to make the password so complicated, you can enforce the password reset, self-service password, SSRP, they call it as SSPR, so self-service password reset. Okay, and then you can make it as simple, strong, legacy, whatever it is. Like you can do this configuration. And then new thing in Azure AD B2C is captcha. You see this, it's in preview. If I do check this box, then whenever the user is signing in or signing up, there will be a captcha displayed and they have to solve the captcha. Alright, I don't want to do it. I'm going to disable it. And then user attributes. Let's understand this user attributes. Okay, so there are custom attributes and user attributes, right? You can also create your own user attributes. So if you look at the user attributes, right, there is a display here. You see something is called as built-in, something is called custom. By default, customs will not come. I created certain things, that's why it's called as custom. And you can create your own custom attributes by going to manage user attributes. Okay, it will take you to the outside of the user flow where the user attribute is here, and then you can add your custom attributes. Okay, now to keep it simple, I'm not going to add any of these things, but I will show you certain videos which I've already demonstrated. Alright, so we created one user flow. Similarly, we have to create two more user flows called profile editing and password reset. Okay, so if I click on profile editing, I say create, and then this is also same. Basically this is profile editing, so profile editing, I'm gonna give name like that, but give me a few minutes, I will show you whatever was already created. Okay, here also I'm saying if in case I wanted to change my profile, I will still use my email to log in. Alright, the remaining thing is all same, but here there's something that you need to understand. Okay, when the user was signing up, we collected certain informations called display name and surname and last name, right? So profile also, I'm telling them, hey, you can come and change your display name whenever you want. Okay, but I'm not allowing you to change your first name and last name when you try to edit your profile. So that's why the display name alone, I'm saying collect the attribute and return the claim, but I don't want to change any of the other information. So only that part will come. Okay, now I can click on create. That will create a user flow for profile editing. Similarly, we will create another user flow for password reset. I will click on create recommended password reset, right? So I will say password reset 1. This is just a name, don't worry about it, I already have a new one. This is just a name because we're not going to use this. I will show you whatever was already created. Okay, so I'm saying reset the local password, like the password using the email address, and then the remaining is all same. See here, we're not collecting any information, it's just the return claim. Okay, I will click on create and that flow is also created. Okay, so these three flows are created. Logically you can go to the user flows. Like for example, you can actually test the user flow. So in our case, right, the user flow that I wanted to use is SUSI. I click on this. This is exactly what we did with a different name. Okay, if you go to properties, it is currently doing the same thing. And if I go to user attributes, you see this, I'm collecting display name, email address, given name, surname. All right, so you can click on run user flow and actually you can select certain applications and run user flow. So that's how you can actually test your user flow. Okay, but there is some issue with this one and it's not working, so I'm not gonna show that route, but definitely I'll come back and show you how you can do this as a separate video. Now we created 3 user flows, right? So let's consider SUSI means sign up, sign in. So this is the user flow I created, and then there's profile edit and then password reset, this one. So the remaining user flows, whichever is there, I'm going to delete it so that it's not confusing. Okay, so these things are newly created, I'm going to delete it. All right, so in our case we will use this SUSI, sign up, sign in, profile underscore edit, and then password reset, password underscore reset. Okay, so these three things you're going to use it. Now the next thing is application registration. Okay, so every single application that you use for Azure AD B2C has to be registered. So in our case, we have these applications. So let's go to github.com/learn smart coding, and if you go to repository, to make it simple, right, I've already updated everything. So there are 4 microservices: products, user profile, orders, cart, and this one is the Angular application. So we have to register these 5 applications. Now let's understand logically. This Angular application is calling one or many of these endpoints. 4 are 4 different services. All right, so this is calling all of these things. So let's open up the application here. Now to make it more simplified, you see this another one, microservice. This one has all of the 4 services inbuilt in one solution. Okay, so that is what I have opened up here, so that it is easy for me to run multiple things at one shot. So I can actually right click and go to a configure startup project and say multiple startup project, and I have selected all the web project as start. You see this, start, the 4th one is start. All right, so that's why you see these 4 running from one solution, right? Now these 4 are being called by one web app, I mean like one Angular application, right? It is calling cart service, product service, order service, profile service, all of those things. Now how do we configure this in Azure AD B2C? You go to app application, I mean app registration. Okay, and if you're new, none of these things will appear, but I have done enough here, that's why a lot of things are appearing here. Okay, you have to click on new registration. Here you give a meaningful name. So I will name something called Smart Card Hub Web App Dev. It's a dev environment, so it's just a dev. Okay, now the important thing is here is the 3 things, right? First thing is only used by its own organization directory. So any user who belongs to this one, only those can be logged in. This one is any any Active Directory, anything from the Microsoft, which means any user who belongs to Microsoft login only can use it. We don't want that. we want the third option. Okay, third option will allow any user using any email ID, any valid email ID can become a user. Because if you go to amazon.com, you will use your Gmail ID or Outlook ID or any other ID, right? It will still allow you to log in because we are consumers for their business. That's why it's B2C. So similarly, in our case, we have a e-commerce application. Any users can come and log in. That's why we wanted to use this approach. Now, redirect URL, because this is a single page application, we will select single page application and then we will use for now this URL. See, it become a tick mark, and don't forget to click on this checkbox and click on register. Okay, so I'm gonna register it. Now after you register, you see something called client ID. Note this client ID and note this tenant ID. Okay, and we will see where to keep this two information in the application. Now let's go back and click on again new registration. In this case we will be doing, so I'm going to create four more thing, and this time this will be a product API. So the one of the microservice is the product API. All right, so product API, again I'll choose the third one. Here in this case it's a web application and we need to choose a product endpoint. So here, what is the URL that is running? So this is the URL it is running. So I'll choose this and then click on this and do a register. Now I'm going to show you a few important things here, and you are going to and I will show you what was already done and explain you, right? So first thing, here also this is a product endpoint. It has a client ID and a tenant ID. Now look at this application. Let's open up the product. In product, okay, because this is microservices, because microservices means it's very small, right? And product will have just the product related microservices. So I have two controllers, one is product, one is product review. Both are different. Product is going to give you anything related to the product, but product review is the reviews done by the users for the product, right? So there are two controllers for me. I wanted to separate the scope of the scope means under which what you can do at a particular given time, at a particular area, I would say, right? So now, because there are two things here, the first thing that you need to do was expose an API. You click on expose an API on the web API app registration and click on add a scope. You can either click on add a scope or first you create a application ID URI. So if I click on this, it will ask me, okay, your current URL is this followed by some random GUID, but we don't want to do that. We want to have a meaningful name. So in our case, we will say smart card hub, and then we will say it is product / API. All right, so we have to provide a unique URL. You see this has to be a globally unique URL. Because this is dev environment, I will just prefix as dev followed by smart card hub. It's a project name, the microservice name followed by API. So the moment I say yes, it will be saved. Then I can click on add scope. Add scope will become a scope. So I wanted to say product.read. I wanted to create a read scope, okay, where only read permission is given. And you see this, after I give this will be the final URL. Okay, so I'm adding a scope, and then I will also add product.write scope. Two scopes, one is for write access, one is for read access. So I created like that. Similarly, there is another controller called product review. So I will create product review.read scope and then a write scope. So now the fourth thing is it's a product review.write. So the four scopes created, two for one controller, the other two is for the other controller. Now basically we are exposing these 4 from a particular application registration. Now let's go back and go to the one that we created with the dev for the web application. So click on the Angular application registration. So once you have your Angular application registration open, click on API permission. Now here we are saying, okay, there is someone who's exposing the API, but who is the consumer? Who has access to access those APIs? So that is what we are going to do. So you click on API permission and then click on add a permission. Now we will have option to choose here, right? So I can go to APIs my organization uses. So go to APIs my organization uses and search for the one that we used. So smart card hub. You see this, the product API dev that we created for the dev. I click on this and I'm going to select all of these 4 and add permission. The moment you add, basically the Angular application is now having access to those 4 things. But you see this, the permission is still not granted. So click on grant admin consent, say yes. Now everything is having admin consent. Okay, so here we are not exposing anything. This is a consumer. Okay, this is the Angular application, just consumer. Now similarly, let's open up this application to keep it short and simple. For orders, I have one controller. Makes sense to have one scope, right? That's why I added a scope called order.read, order.write. Similarly, for cart service, we have multiple controllers. According to that, I have 2 different scopes, cart and cart wish list. Now, last but not least, under users profile, we have 3 more controllers. So I wanted to have more customized one. So user profile, user activity, address. There are 6 scopes, each 2 for each controller, right? Now these are the scopes that is required for the API, which I already know according to what we have built. So I created 3 more application exactly how we did for the new registration, right? If you look at this, I already created one is for product, one is for order, one is for cart wish list, one is for user profile. I'm going to go through these things so you understand what was done. So we go to expose an API, you see this address.write read, user activity.write read, user profile.write read. So this 6 has been created. Similarly, for orders there will be 1, great, and for cart wish list there will be 2. Now here is the important thing. If you go to the web application, the web application that I used this one, exactly what we did here, come to API permission, click on add permission and go and select every single 4 applications output. Like we saw how to select for product here. Similarly, I added all the things from user profile, all the things from the orders from here. Like for example, let's do it right away, right? So let's go to this place, go to add permission and select every single of the 4 services. Like for example, cart services. So I click these 4, add permission, and then I click order. I click order, added it. Product is added, cart is added. There's one more that we need to add. What is that? Profile. So I select all the profile things. So this is the Angular application that we are doing it. I selected all the 4 applications thing and then I click on grant admin consent, say yes. Now every single is given access. Okay, this is what we have to do. Now Azure AD B2C configuration with respect to Azure portal is done. Now whatever we have created, we need to put it back to our application, right? So simple thing is, let me show you for one application. Let's open up product. What have you done is, here we need to install a package that supports identity service. After you install, all what you have to do is go to the settings, and I have Azure AD B2C settings. In the settings, I created this scope here for the right here, review and review scopes. All the scopes are here. There's a policy ID, that is SUSI policy, that was created. Okay, whatever name that you created, you put it there. Make sure everything is small letter. Domain is our learnsmartcoding.com. This is nothing but the organization name. Like for example, we started with Karthik Coffee Shop, right? On Microsoft.com. If that was the name, I would have given Karthik Coffee Shop here, right? Instances, again, the name of the name that you choose .b2clogin.com. Instance is different, domain is different. We fall under Microsoft domain, but the instance is under b2clogin.com. Client ID. Now this is web API. For web API, in order to get the client ID, we go to this one, take the client ID here, copy this, come and place it here. That is what you need to do. Don't worry, when you get the piece of code from github.com, you can straight away run the application, it will work, except the database part. None of the configuration will give you error, so you can run the application and make changes by your own, one by one, so that you know where you stuck, how to solve it. Okay, so the application that I'm going to give you is a working application, right? So this setting is done. What else is done? If you go to the program.cs, you can come all the way through up, and there is a configuration here. We are saying add authentication schema, take the configuration from Azure AD B2C from this location, and that is what we are hooking up. So add microservice identity web API. That's the configuration that we use, so that any call that comes in, it will be authenticated. Not only that, the rest of the part is come here to the next place and then enable these authentication authorization. After you do these two things, the important thing is go to controller. Now if you remember, couple of APIs did not have authentication, right? So first thing is use the authorize attribute at the controller level, so everything is protected. And then scope, you can actually put a scope here. So for example, here you see this, if someone wants to use add product or update product, they need a right scope. The moment you put this piece of code, the incoming token will be checked whether the scope is present or not. In the demo I showed you, SCP scope will have information, right? You see this one of these things should be present here. Okay, so that is like address part. So when someone is calling the user address part, that scope should be present. That's what the scope is checked. But if you don't want a particular endpoint to be authenticated or authorized, just say allow anonymous. So get products, I don't want anyone to be authenticated. They should be easy to go through our products and see the products before they do any other action. So though this endpoint is within the controller, I am overriding at the method level and saying don't check anything, allow anybody to call this. That's what it means, right? So this is what the simplest configuration from the API side. Exactly whatever I explained you. We do it for orders, we do it for cards, we do it for user. Okay, once you do all of these things, just replace their respective client ID taken from the Azure AD B2C. After you do these things, the next thing is coming back to Angular application. In Angular application, you will find a branch like this, EP10, and it is also merged to main branch, right? It will have all the piece of code. The important thing that you need to understand is all the way to this the settings, right? This environmental file, I created a interface. So interface is custom interface that I created basically because this application is calling multiple microservices like product, profile, orders, cart wish list. I wanted to pass those particular information to those particular endpoints. Very important thing to notice here, because this is where it comes challenging. If you do small mistakes, it will give you hard time to find out. I had hard times, but I will demonstrate how to do it. Now what I'm configuring here is I have some local variables, like you see this. For user profile, this is the base URL that we set, right? After that, followed by slash address.read or address.write or something like that. Similarly for product, slash product.read, product review.read. These four are the base URLs, and these four are the locally running endpoints. For profile, you see this, these four are locally running. That is what here it is put. Basically here, this is what you need to understand. So I'm defining a read scope, what has to be read, what has to be write, and all of these information for each of the endpoints. Okay, now let's go to the auth config.ts. okay, here what you need to replace, if you come to B2C policies, the name of the policy that we created, that has to be replaced here. In our case, it is sign up, sign in, password underscore reset, profile underscore edit. Okay, during demo we would have used a different name, but this is what a solid name that I used to create and reuse it, so I use this one. Okay, exactly same. Make sure you put the name properly here. If you're doing it by yourself, change this name. This is my name, my application directory name. You put your name, or if you want to use mine, it's absolutely fine. Okay, but you cannot configure it. That is the problem. So you need to change this and this. After that, the only thing that you need to change is this, the client ID of the web application. If you go here to the app registration and go to web app dev, there's the client ID. Copy this, paste it here. Remaining is all same. One more important thing that you need to do. So all the configuration details are listed here, right? So one of the file is app.module.ts. okay, all of these informations have been given by the Microsoft team. I did not invent anything. Okay, all I'm trying to show you here is where to change what. After you do these information, there is something called msal interface configuration. Okay, so that will take us to a different file. This is the important piece that you need to do. Okay, now let's understand one thing. Okay, so let's say we are talking about carts. Where is the carts? We have something called carts, right? So let's go to the top. You see this interceptor factory is accepting a key and a value of array value. Okay, what it is doing, I'll tell you. When you try to call a particular endpoint, for example in this case, right, what this will do is it will intercept the request that is going outside. For example, if I go here, actually it is trying to call this endpoint. This endpoint is cart's endpoint, but the cart endpoint is going out. So it figured out, okay, you are calling a cart endpoint. I can see that. Let's see, where is that? Okay, here is that. I can see the cart endpoint is going here. Let's see, where is this coming? Here. Can we see the endpoint? Here. So let's go to the endpoint. Cart endpoint, right? See, the cart endpoint is here. So it knows something is going to call this endpoint. The moment it figured out that it is calling that endpoint as a get endpoint, it wanted to send a read scope. Okay, the read scope is nothing but coming from here. So for product, profile, orders, cart, it needs to send a token that has these two scopes. So the moment it finds out such information, right, it intercepts and finds. Now look at this. Before even calling this endpoint, it will actually call a token endpoint by sending these two things. It will send, okay, I want a token for this and this. The Azure AD B2C will return a token. That token, ID access token, if you copy and see what it is, under scope you will see these two. So this one is what is sent to the API. The moment it is sent to the API will figure out the incoming the incoming token is valid. I have a read scope for reading the cards. How do I know that? If I go to card service to the endpoint, I go to cards and it's calling card service. So let's go here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. So let's go here and go here. See, the breakpoint was hit because the incoming is having that scope. It is able to accept it and it went here. Okay, so let's go inside this and see what are the scopes. See, under the climbs, I have 20 climbs and I will have something called scope. You see this? It's coming, right? These are the scopes that's coming. That's why it allowed and it was able to return the data. So Angular, I will just summarize Angular application based on what you configure. So let's go one more configuration. So similarly, right, what I've done is for product, for user profile, for card service and order, I have configured all the protected resources here. Based on what is going out, the token will be generated. Okay, remember this, the token will be generated based on the outgoing calls. And I will tell you another example. You see, under product, there is no get. I have disabled it because the product endpoints, get products and get products all, doesn't require any authentication. We don't need to require any token. That's why it is disabled. We don't need that. In fact, we can delete this. Okay, one more thing you need to understand is after you do all of these things, the token is generated, right? So the very first token, right, that will be based on the login will not have any of these scopes. It is basically to get the real ID token and access token. Okay, but every time that you try to access a different endpoint, it will request for the token for the first time. You see this? In this request, it has these information, right? Look at this. It is requesting these scopes and there's something called code, right? This is the code that was initially retrieved from Azure AD B2C, that was forwarded to again same access token endpoint, and then the token specific to the calling endpoint. So let me tell you important thing. Okay, let's summarize this one more time. Before we make a call to a particular endpoint, in this case cart endpoint, okay, based on the initial token that was retrieved, it will call the token endpoint and then it will send a payload. In the payload, we spoke about the scopes. Apart from the scope, this code that you've seen, that itself is retrieved from Azure AD B2C for the very first time. Okay, so that is what will be sent and then it will retrieve the respective endpoints. Once you have this information, this is what is forwarded to the particular endpoint. So in our case, every time the cart related endpoints are called, this access token is sent. Every time the product is called, product related access token is sent. For orders, for user profile, their respective stuff will be sent. And only for the first time it will do until unless the time is over. After the time is over, it will request one more time. Okay, just to prove you, if I keep going to to the shopping cart, it won't keep calling the same thing. See, if I go here, if I go to this, see, again it won't call because it already has the data. All right. Okay, great. So I hope you enjoy and you understood this. So let's summarize one more thing what we did. We were able to create Azure AD B2C tenant, and then we spoke about the user flows, we spoke about app registration, and then we also saw how to configure these things in the .NET Core 8 API and then in our Angular 16 application. Now I will give you another bonus tip. There is something interesting called enrich Azure AD B2C token. Alright, if you have noticed, our token is having extra information. You see this? User ID, employee role, extension name, roles, everything is coming. All of these things are coming based on one of the video that I've already demonstrated. If you want to take a look at this video. This will tell you how to use the API connector in Azure AD B2C user flows and customize these information. So whenever you use this and try to log in, a new user is automatically created when you log in, right? And that information is what we see in the claims. Okay, so I hope this is a different video compared to the videos that we already have it, and I hope you enjoy this video. Don't forget to like and comment, subscribe to my channel, and if you have any specific questions, do let me know. This is one of the very important piece of our Azure AD B2C authentication for our Angular and the web API applications. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is Angular Developers Series episode 11, and we are building e-commerce web application, and in this video I would like to show you how we can deploy our web API to the Azure web app using identity principle. This is not a regular video that we saw in one of my videos in the channel. This video will tell you what Microsoft has done with respect to the latest deployment for the Azure web app, and I will show you how things works behind the scenes. So come, without delay, let's get started. Alright, those who are aware of this web series, that's fine. If not, don't worry. If you go to github.com/learnsmartcoding, you will see plenty of repository. One of the repository, if I go to repository, I'll show you, there'll be 4 web API repositories: products, user profile, orders, and cards, and then followed by a web app, which is the Angular 17 project, right? 16 and 17 project basically. Now, all what I'm going to show you is, we will take this e-commerce app product repository. This is built with .NET Core 8. So all what I'm going to use is, I'm going to set up something to make sure CI/CD is automatically configured, and whenever the ship posts, the code from here will be deployed to the Azure web app. Okay, and I'll show you what Microsoft has restricted and what are your options. I have logged into my portal, which is portal.azure.com. Here I have a plenty of resources, right? So if I have grouped all my resources to a particular resource group. So if I go to e-commerce app, you will see there will be 4 API and 1 web application. So here we are going to talk about this one, the product one. So if I go to product, right now, if I just right click and go to this, probably I've already deployed, so it's there. So I already deployed the code, so that's why the product API is here. But all what I'm going to show you is how you can set up CI/CD using GitHub repository, and not only that, what is restricted from the Azure. Okay, now Microsoft has announced the basic authentication has been completely disabled for the web app deployment, which means you cannot right click from your Visual Studio and deploy. You can go and see here. You cannot deploy using FTP. You cannot deploy using local Git and all of those things. It's not possible. Okay, so which means we are left out with a proper deployment. So how do we deploy? If you go to this repository, go to the deployment center to the left side. I'm going to show you something, right? So if I choose GitHub as my repository source, I've already authenticated, so it's already signed in. If you guys have it not signed in, Just choose the account and sign in. The moment you sign in, the Microsoft will be able to pull up all of your information. For this organization, I have plenty of repository. Basically, I have like 40 plus. So I'm going to filter and choose the product repository, and I'll choose main branch. Now, before I go further, one thing you wanted to see is here under this main branch, there is no code that talks about the workflow. Right? See, you see there's no workflow here, which will be created by the Azure now. Now, two things you have to understand here. Okay, the moment you choose all of those things, based on the code, it is able to find out it's a .NET stack and its version is 8.0. In case when you do that, even though your project is 8, if 8 is not shown here, don't worry, you can actually edit the workflow. So I will show you that as well, so don't worry. Right, so right now the project is .NET Core 8, so the version is chosen. Now here's the important thing: authentication type. You can choose basic or user assigned identity. Okay, basic authentication means basically there will be a username and password which will be registered in the settings of the GitHub repository. So it will use that username and password to log in into the Azure and deploy the code. But if you choose this, it will not work. Okay, because it's right now it is disabled. And if you just click on preview files, the good part is Microsoft will generate the YAML file, the deployment file, and it will show us. Okay, basically if you see these steps involved here is to install the package and then build the project, create a zip file here, and then that will be the CI pipeline. CI means continuous integration. The code will be ready and built. Next is continuous deployment. So you will see something called deploy and steps to deploy. Basically it will tell you like which server, what version, what is the credential, from where this file has to be deployed. That's it. Very simple, right? But here is the point: don't choose that, it won't work. Instead choose user assigned identity. Basically user assigned identity means we have already seen what are the concepts called service principles, like user itself is a service principle, or a system service principle. The system service principle means something in the identity in the Azure where you will assign a role. Okay, and the role will have a particular set of permissions to access the web app, and that is what user assigned identity. So I will choose user assigned identity and then the subscription, and then I will create, either I can choose the existing one or I can create a new one. Okay, so I'm going to choose one of the existing one which is already there, but actually you can create new as well. Okay, so if you click here, exactly same, the only difference is instead of username and password, here you will see client ID, client secret, and the subscription details. Okay, that's the difference. Now behind the scene Azure will create everything. So let's choose one of the thing. Okay, it's anyway it's the same. So the moment I click on save, see it is setting up the deployment. Okay, let's understand what is this principle is. It is setting up the deployment. It triggered the progress, and then let's go here. I'm gonna refresh it. Okay, see the moment I come here, it says 15 seconds ago something was pushed. Let me refresh, and you can see something called .github folder. Under that there's a workflow folder. If you go inside, you will see a YAML file. The YAML file that you saw there has been updated here because we authorized Azure portal to make some changes in our repository. Like I said, you can actually come here, click on edit in case .NET 8 was not showing up, and if your project is .NET 8, you can come and change here 8.x. If it is 3.1 which is not supported, you can still put 3.1, but make sure this is all supported there, right? So this is what exactly we saw. Now few more interesting thing that you wanted to understand while the project is getting built. Okay, we will talk about this secrets from where this is coming. Now let's go here, let's go to workflow and see what happens to the workflow. So go click on action and you can see the workflow got triggered. Currently the build is in progress. See, build is in progress. Once the build is ready, the publish is happening, the artifacts are ready, then the deploy process will start. So while it is doing, what we have to understand, so while it is doing, let's understand few more things. Let's go to settings and under secrets and variables, go to actions, and you saw that client ID, subscription ID, tenant ID. These are the details. These are the details that is kept in the secret for this particular repository under the settings, right? So when the YAML file is trying to work, it will refer the details from here. So with these details, the GitHub will be able to log in securely to the Microsoft Azure portal and deploy on behalf of us. Now, let's go to action. Let's see what happens here. It is still building. So build is completed. Next is deployment. See, the deployment started. So let's see what happens, right? So it's setting up the job. In few seconds, it will be deployed. See, you can clearly see it is checking the permission. It is downloading the login. Everything is happening. See, so everything is happening one by one. See, based on the details that is there in the settings, it is pre-logging to Azure. It will try to log in using those credentials. See, pre-login is successful. The artifacts download is happening. It is downloading 35%. So once the 100% is done, the code is ready to log into the Azure and deploy to the Azure web app. See, login is successful. Now deployment is in progress. Alright, the job is completed, which means both are green, and this application will still work with the latest code that was deployed. So we were able to set up this. Now we understood few things about the credentials in the GitHub, but behind the scene, what's happening? What is this identity? So if you go to this repository, right? I mean the web app. Let's go here. Let's go to the e-commerce app, and if I just note it down, you see this. There are 3 identities, managed identities got created. This was the one that we used it. So let's go inside the identity that was created. Okay, basically this is called a managed identity. Okay, it's kind of a person, or it kind of a delegated resource which will act on behalf of us. Okay, and if you go to the IAM, which is the access control. So what is this managed identity? So basically this managed identity is something that was created by itself, and it got assigned with a particular role. So how do we check that role? If you click on Azure role assignment, okay, see, the one that we used was Smart Card Hub Product API. This is the resource name, which is nothing but a web app. For this resource name, the role that was assigned was website contributor. The same managed identity was also given permission for another API called orders API. For that also same role. So this one has access to these 2 resources for these 2 roles. It is also possible to have a different resource here with a different role, but because we just reuse this for 2 different things, it is just showing up. But if you go inside this website contributor role, it will tell you what role it is and what access it has. So if you don't understand by looking at here, right, you can actually look at the JSON. JSON will tell you what this role is all about. Okay, so in JSON, right, this is called, like, you can also create custom roles, but basically this is the role definition. So under permission, you can see what is allowed. It is basically allowing to read the source of application insights, resource health under the web. All of these things, it majorly has only the read access. So this one will be able to read our web app. That's it. It will be able to put our content there. It won't be allowed to delete or do any other thing. So this is called managed identity, and using managed identity only these days, Azure is allowing. Basic authentication is completely disabled. Okay, now this is what I followed for rest of the 4 APIs. There are 4 web APIs for the cart wish list, orders, user profile. I followed exactly same. I was able to deploy all the 4 applications. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. Share this with your friends. If you have not subscribed, subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in the next video, guys. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application, and this is episode 12. In this video, I will show you how to deploy your Angular application to the Azure web app. using the CI/CD pipeline, and we will be using DevOps as our source control, and it'll be easy. So without delay, come, let's get started. Alright, so first thing first, all what we have to know is where is the code, right? So if you go to github.com/learnsmartcoding, under the repository you have plenty of repositories here. So we are going to focus on this one, e-commerce smart cart hub web app. This one is Angular 16, but basically Angular 17 also will be supported, but I'm going to take this as the code base. Okay, all the necessary things has been already merged into main branch, and this video will be specifically with respect to episode 12. So don't worry about the code, let's focus on steps to complete this task. So this is the code that I've opened. I will be showing you only what is required so that it will keep the thing simple and easy to understand. Okay, now all what you have to do, first thing is go to package.json. Under the package.json, I have a particular script, the script called build prod. Basically I'm trying to say production build. Okay, and there is a set of statement here, ng build, and I'm saying for the configuration take something called production, and then that's it. Output hashing is all, don't worry about this. Okay, even if you don't have this, it's okay. So configuration is production. So where is this production configuration coming from? That's the next thing. Go to angular.json. Under angular.json, if you scroll slightly from the top, if you scroll slightly down under the architect, okay, there's something called configuration. So in this configuration, the name here should match the name that you have provided in the package.json. If you provide here prod, which is prod, there also you provide prod. Okay, the name has to match. Now basically we are saying under this prod, this settings and all will be there. If not, just you can copy paste. Basically we are just configuring few things on the build. The important thing that you need to understand is the file replacement. So I have something called file replacement. I'm saying, hey, when you build this configuration, take whatever code is here, replace that with the code that is placed in this file. So where is these two files now? If we go to environment.ts, I have a bunch of AD B2C configuration, right? So this is perfectly good when you do a ng serve, which means it will take the configuration from here when you run the application locally. All what I'm saying is, hey, don't take this configuration for the build because this is all having localhost. Okay, instead take everything that is in this file. In this file, I have all the configuration that is pointing to my production application, even the APIs, everything, right? Similarly, in a real-time project, okay, you will have multiple files like staging, production, QA, and then dev environment, all of those things, right? They will have many files, but to keep it simple, we have only the local development and directly deployed version that we claim it as production. So that is what that configuration is. That's it. After that, the important thing that you have to do is you have to add web.config. Okay, see, this web.config is not required in the sense like not for the build purpose, but web.config that we have it here, it's important because basically this web.config file talks about certain security headers for protecting the application, as well as important thing when you navigate. For example, this is our application, right? So when you navigate to different navigation in local, it will work, but in order for you to work this one in the deployed version, for example, if I come here and click enter, it will go to that place. If I refresh, it will go to that place. But in order for you to work those things in the production, you need to have this. Basically we are setting a rule. We are trying to make IIS understand that, hey, when this kind of URL comes, don't think that this is a file. This comes, put them back to index.html, and then Angular will kick in, Angular routes will kick in, Angular knows what to load here. That is what basically this file is. Okay, I have a separate video for this. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are using it, but I wanted to mention it in this video itself so that you know what is added as part of this deployment. So this is added some configuration here and configuration here. Other than that, all of the code that is inside. Doesn't matter if you have your own Angular application, it really doesn't matter. You can have your own stuff. The important thing is to add these kind of configuration before we step into the CI/CD pipeline. No, the code is ready. The code has been put it into the GitHub repository. Great. Now, but I'm not going to use the GitHub record. Okay, instead I'm going to use Azure DevOps. If you log into dev.azure.com, I have logged in using my email ID learn smart coding, and then we can have a separate video about demonstrating what is this source control. It's a replacement. It's not basically a replacement. So let's talk about this. What is this Azure DevOps in a separate video? Basically, this is like a GitHub. Initially, GitHub came later because GitHub was acquired by Microsoft. But this Azure DevOps was by default, it is Microsoft stuff. Okay, so I maintain all of my personal code in this source control. So in order to do a proper demo, so I have an organization. Under that there's a project. So keep it simple for now, don't worry. I will put it in a separate video. And then under that I have multiple repositories. If I click on repositories, I have a lot of repositories, right? So I kept my e-commerce web application code in this repository, and you can see all the codes are here. Okay, whatever we spoke about, the web config, the package.json, like whatever you saw, that it is here. Now here comes the CI/CD pipeline. What is CI? Continuous integration, meaning when there is a code checked in, right? In a real-time application, when people try to check in their code to the develop branch or the release branch, right, as part of the project development, you need to build the code and keep it ready for the deployment, right? So that's why it's called continuous integration. CI/CD means continuous deployment. Continuous deployment means after the code is built and ready, we need to deploy it to the next environment to test. Okay, that is what continuous deployment means. So our goal is to first set up that. If you click on this repository, you're here, and then something called pipelines. Click on pipelines, and here a lot of pipelines are showing because it's all my pipelines, right? I created it. So for you guys, it may or may not show. That's absolutely fine. But click on new pipeline. After you click on new pipeline, we can do some classic way of doing, but the easiest way of doing is using the YAML file. That's the latest trend, or easy to do, I would say, right? So I will choose Azure repo GitHub. So basically my repository is here, so I will choose this. If the content is here, we can still choose this to build the code. Okay, that's absolutely good. So I'm going to show you to here. So I click on this, and then it is asking me which project. This project. So and then I will just choose this. Actually you can create the whole stuff from the starting, but I'll explain you in a different way. Okay, so choose this. Actually it will create a set of instructions basically, but see, this one is not going to be useful for our Angular project. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this with certain piece of code and explain you. Okay, all I'm saying is trigger is I'm telling giving instructions to the GitHub, like the Azure DevOps, that for the pipelines. Basically I'm saying, hey, trigger this when there is a code merge to the main branch. So I'm saying use this Ubuntu latest OS as the VM image. Okay, and then there's a variable set. Variable is basically production, because the production is a variable that we use, right? So production variable. And then here comes the script. See, how do you build in your local? When you download the code, you will first do npm install so that all the packages are installed. So we also do that. Npm install is the first step. Then we are saying npm run build prod, which means npm run build prod. Basically we are trying to run this configuration. It will run the configuration, it will generate the output files. After that, it is artifact name. It is basically creating a folder called Angular app and creating the published files. That's it. This is the build, what do you call, this is the process to build the code. Okay, now if I do save and then comment message, see, it created a file. Basically it created a duplicate file because I'm using the same repository. That's fine, I'll clean it up later. So I will do a run pipeline, I can select the main branch and run it, and it is running, right? So in few minutes the build process will be completed. So you can see whatever we gave, that is what has come here, and based on this only it is generating the files. Okay, because the application is so small, the build will not take much time. The installation alone is taking few seconds, but this is every time it will happen. See, the build is done, it is creating the artifacts as a zipped file. So let's wait for a few more seconds, it will be done. Now build is ready. Okay, see, finalize the job. Now we have the code that is ready to be deployed. Deployed means copy paste to the place where it has to be run, right? Now here's the thing. Next thing is go to release, click on release, and then you can create a new release pipeline. So let me choose first a folder. So in folder way, I will create a new folder. So I'll create a new folder by going here, new folder, and I will say I'll just create a folder like this. Okay, under that folder I will create a new release pipeline. See, the moment you click on this new release pipeline, okay, you can actually choose this. That's absolutely okay for now. Okay, it just creates here, but the important thing that we need to choose is add an artifact. See, the moment you click on add an artifact, it will show you which project it is. Okay, choose the project. Right now there's only one project, and then choose the repository or the build. Okay, so here in our case it is this one, right? Oh, this one, this is the one which we created, and then it has the code, and then say add. Okay, the artifacts has been linked now. Now click on this task, and then we don't need this task, remove that. Click on add, and then search here FTP upload. So the moment you choose FTP upload, click on add, and here is the details. Okay, so there is a FTP connection that you can generate. Like if you choose FTP connection, you can manage the FTP connection here. So if I click on manage, it will take you here. You can actually create a connection here, new service connection, or you can also choose enter credential. And where do you get the service URL, username, password, all this root folder, all of those things, right? So basically you have to go to this place wherever your application is there. So in our case, the application is here, and then in the Azure you have something called download profile, a publish profile. Click on it, it will download. Let's open this. Alright, so if you open this, you see this publish URL, FTP access is here. This is the URL, and then let's copy this. So URL, username is here, password is here, and then for the root folder, click on this. You see this, you'll be able to select from where the application content is coming. This is the build content. You can choose this, and then instead of upload, you need to choose /site/www root. Under www root only we will going to deploy it. So everything looks good, and then you can actually save this. You can name it. So you can just give a name, and then you can come to this pipeline and click on this one. Okay, this is what called continuous integration. So we are saying we're enabling it whenever there's a new build, trigger a release build. That is what it is. Okay, so this is what we're saying. So build is ready, start the release pipeline and deploy it. After that we are good. Save it under our app demo. We saved it. Now we can create a release, and then if the stage is not good, you can actually stage a name, protection. Okay, you can name it, that's absolutely fine. And then if you try to create a release pipeline, you can choose and do a create. So you can do a create by choosing this and create. The moment you create, it will create the release pipeline, and it will take and deploy it. So for the first time alone, you probably have to deploy it, but every time it is having a new build, it will automatically deploy it. Now I just wanted to show you one more thing. If you go to our release pipeline and edit, right, so if you click on this, right, you can set up what has to be done after or before the deployment. So you can say pre-deployment approval, you can enable it, you can put your email ID, so it will trigger an email. So until unless you approve it, it won't deploy. all of those things you can set up here. Okay, so I don't want to set up here or anything now, but you can do it. And then this is post deployment. So in post deployment also you can actually trigger an email that the deployment is completed and all of those things. Okay, all right, so we're good. So this is how you set up the Angular application deployment. So this is a part of the e-commerce web application, so that anyone sees in the future as a full development stack, they'll be able to do both API and the web application. All right. Alright guys, if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application using Angular, and this is episode 13. In this video, we will be seeing how to set the page title dynamically in this entire application. So without delay, come, let's get started. Alright, here's the application. The application is actually completely completed. So I'm going to show you various pages. So if you look at this is home page. I can see the title here, right? And then if I navigate to a different page, it shows the title dynamically. And irrespective of where I go, it changes the title. And if I go to add new, see create address, the title is changing. So this title is very important. So we can change this title dynamically with just simple logic and existing service. So let's take a look at the code and see what are the changes that we have done. All right, this is the completed code. So when you take a look at this video, you will see something called episode 13 set page title dynamically as a branch. So if you come to github.com/learn-smart-coding, and then if you go to repository, this repository named e-commerce smart card hub web app, if you go inside this, the branch that I showed you should appear here. So if you go to this and look at this specific branch, which is EP13, you will see the code, right? And once the code is there, it will also be merged into the main branch. Okay, so don't worry about the code. You just need to understand what are the features that's available to use to make these things happen. All what you have to do right now is this something called page title, like the title servers. So if you come to this app.component.ts, the reason we are coming to this component is this is the main component that loads at the starting of the application. Okay, so here if you come and then you inject a service called title service. So let's take a look at where is the title service. All right, so you look at this, there is something called title. This is a class which is inbuilt from Angular. So we inject this title as a title service. Okay, and then all what you have to do is you need to subscribe to the route event. So if I scroll down slowly on ngOnInit, okay, there is a router. So what is router? Router is nothing but, again, it's a routing module concept, so it's coming under routing module. Okay, so we inject the router, and after we inject the router, if you go and put this piece of code, so basically what we are saying is we are subscribing to the events of the route, and then inside this we are checking if the route event is happening. There could be many events happening at route level, but all what we are checking is it from one route to a different route? Is this the route is getting end, because it's going to a different route? So that's why it's saying the event is of instance of type navigation end. If that is the case, event will hold every single information of this navigating URL. So we pick up this URL. So because if you do event dot, you'll see URL and other redirects information, right? So we pick up this URL and we go to a method called update title. So in update title, the URL is the input. Okay, we just format the way we want the title to be updated. In my case, I just have some default settings called a pipe symbol followed by the channel name. Okay, and we have a switch statement. We are checking if the route is /home or /contact or whatever it is, right, based on your application. So in this application, we have these many routes. If the route matches, then we will format the title home space followed by the name. The name is coming here. All right, so it will be home pipe symbol followed by the channel name. That is what we saw, right? And here whatever you see, if you are not familiar with this is called backtick. It will be just above the tab on your the keyboard, right? So this is called backtick. When you use the backtick, you can use string interpolation. That's what we are doing it here. So the dollar symbol followed by the braces will evaluate whatever the LSE variable is. Okay, so it will format the final string and then we put it in one variable. Okay, so like this, if you see, there are several routes, and I'll show you where these routes are coming from, how I determined. Okay, so all these routes, it will finalize the page title. If it doesn't follow any of these routes, right, then it will set the default page title. Finally, we use the servers and use the method called set title, pass the title. That's it. Now, coming back to these routes, actually I have something called routing module. So in this routing module, we have all of these routes placed, and the inside there are several modules called product, shopping, user address, admin. Each module will have its own routing, right? So I know what is the actual path of each route. So that is what you saw in the switch case statement. Now once we are done with all of these things, the moment you switch to the route, it will match this route and see the name is changing. So this way we have only one place we dynamically understand the route and set the page title. So based on where you go, all of these routes, right, so this routes is being determined and then we dynamically change this. See, the beauty of this is it's easy and it's just one place you write the entire code, and that's it. Irrespective of how many page you have, we can still build the complete title dynamically. All right, so if you wonder where is this title getting set, let me go and show you something. Title, if you go to index, right, there's something called title at the header. So we are setting this dynamically based on the servers that we use. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you like this video, give me a thumbs up, share this with your friends and other circles. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application using Angular 16 and above. So in this video, we're going to take a look at the real-time auth guards that we can use to protect the routes. Okay, so it'll be interesting. So with the delay, come, let's get started. All right, this is the application, and you can see there are various menus. Okay, and if you look at this menu is having the shopping cart, checkout, orders, and other stuff, address, and manage, right? So this one, so basically I have two logins. One login will have admin role as well as the support role. So the concept is the person who has admin and support role will be able to get into any of these routes. Okay, and the person who has just logged in can go to their own address managing and orders and check out on all of these things, right? If they try to go to any of the routes which really requires the authentication, meaning we have to know the user in order for us to go to checkout and then the wish list, address, everything. So those users, we cannot go into these routes. So how do we protect this? So let's first sign out, so we understand it's easy. So I go to shop, it goes, I have not logged in, keep watching this, go to shopping cart. See, you saw the message that you need to log in, right? So let's see what and all is going to ask us, right? So I'm still not logged in. If I try to go to address, you need to log in. That's what it says, right? You saw the message in the side. And even if I go to orders or checkout, it will still force me to log in. I think one of the user was asking, how do I make sure the user logs in before going to a particular route? So this is what it is, right? I'll show you how it is protected. Now if I try to go here, it still tries to log in. All right, so now let's do one thing. So I'm logging with the user ID called learnsmartcoding@gmail.com. Okay, I have two users. I'll show you the database also what is happening. So I've logged in. Now if I try to go to shopping cart, it is allowing. I don't have anything on the cart. That's a different story, right? If I go here, if I try to add this, it gets added. If I go to shopping cart, it works. If I go to proceed checkout, it works, right? All of these things works. I can see the address coming up. I can even place the orders. But if I try to go to any of these routes, you see this, I am an admin, but I do not have the support role. So it's checking from somewhere, right? Let's understand how it is checking. So let's open up this. Basically I have the function, like this is the code, right? So I have a function which actually checks who's logged in, and there's a role automatically added. All right, so when you guys come, you may not see this, but you can just comment out and work on it, or just email me or ping me, put it in your comment to which email ID I should grant access. I will give you. So basically if I open up this, Okay, so I have two users for these two logins, and these two users have different roles. One user has admin, and then the other user has admin and support role. All right, so this is what is being read from the claims. Okay, so now let's understand in the code how we will implement this is only important. Okay, so when I log in, let's say if I refresh the page, all right, and you can see this, I'm intentionally putting into the console. This is the content that came, and here you can look at this. All right, you see this user role has admin and user. Okay, so this user has admin and user, and if I log out and log in back with a different credential, all right, you see this user has support and admin role. This is coming from the claims based on your login. So now this user tries to go here, it works, right? It perfectly works, but it doesn't work for the other user. Okay, so because it's basically the designers, a person who is employee of this application, right, this company, if they have support role, they can able to manage the product or so and so. Okay, but other users can do only remaining work. So it's kind of just for understanding purpose I've designed it like that, but let me show you how it works in the code. Okay, so when you go and check the github.com, so when you go to the github.com, go to this e-commerce smart cart web app, and you will be seeing episode 14 here by the time when you see this video. Okay, so that code you can take in order for you to work on this one. All right, so now all what we have to understand is this is the application that I have opened up the code. All right, so let's understand how this works. Okay, so let's start from the first. Since I'm going to show only the code, it's important to understand how this things works from the base. Okay, so this application, when it is booted, you all know app component is the first one that gets booted, right? And before that it gets activated from the routes, and routes is from this routing model. All right, now let's go back to a service called auth service. Auth service, earlier if you have seen this video, like in the code, it is named as a login service. I just renamed the login service as auth service. Okay, so because it makes sense to put it that way. All right, so all what we are going to do here is, when auth service is used in any of the DI, the dependency injection, in any of the services, component, routes, anywhere, the moment it is used, actually the constructor will get called. When the constructor is getting called, you can see, right, you can just keep saying there are a couple of AD B2C related codes are running, and it's checking the login and all of those things. And if there is a successful login, it goes to this get claims. Okay, even if it is not logged in, it will go. So if you go and check this get claims method, this is the piece of code which was newly added. Basically what we're doing is, the moment we get the claims, let's say they have logged in. Okay, the moment we get the claims, all what we're checking is if the claim has a property called extension underscore user role. This is what you saw in the video, in the first demo, right? I showed you in the browser. If it is there and it is of type string, we are trying to take the content, split by comma, and then make it as a array of roles. So this user role is the variable. It's a public variable. Unless I mark this as a private, it's a public variable inside the auth service. I'm assigning some value here. Okay, so which means wherever you inject the service, and if you try to access this property, you will have the roles already kept in it. Similarly, is logged in is a variable which is used here and getting assigned with the value. All right, so it will have true or false based on whether you logged in or not. Now this is something that you understanding is important. You understood, I believe. Now how we are going to use this and build the guards, that is what the next step is. Now if you go to this code and come to the section called guards, okay, Angular 16 and above, the way you use a can activate child has been changed. All right, if you're using the old way of doing, it's all depreciated. I have released a previous video recently. It talks about 16 and above, how we will build this can activate function. All right, so all what we're going to do is, we're going to go through and see what three things are going to do. Okay, the first, the simplest guard is login guard. As name denotes, someone has to be logged in. All what we are doing is, we are making a variable called can activate guard of type can activate function. The moment you use can activate function, this is what the latest Angular version is suggesting us to use. It accepts two parameters. One is activated route snapshot, one is router state snapshot. Whether you use this or not, this is what the input is. Okay, we will see how we will use these two in the other cards. Now, any service that you can inject, you don't need to inject in the constructor. You can just use called inject. That's also from Angular. You can see it's from Angular core. You use inject and provide the service name. An instance of that service will be provided. So we are using two things. One is the auth service, which is nothing but the login service. The other one is the regular toast service that you see that message, right? Nice message. That is what it is. What we are checking here is if the auth service dot is logged in. So if you look at this, if I put a dot, all the publicly accessible variables will come. So even the roles will come, user roles are coming, right? So in this card, we are checking is logged in should be true. If it is true, we return true. If it is false, we show that you need to log in. And not only that, we use the auth service login method to trigger the login flow. If you go to this login, this is the code that we use to trigger the login. Again, this code is existing code which is there in the AD B2C related code. It's not something that was invented. All right. So we just trigger this and we initiate the login flow. That's what you saw the message and immediately it started triggering the login flow. And then we return false, right? You understood so far, right? Similarly, admin card. Admin card is checking. It is exactly same. It's all same can activate function. All right. We are checking two things. It has to be logged in and it has to be an admin. So user role will have commas like it's a array of roles, right? So we're checking the role has to be, one of the role has to be admin. If it is true, true. If it is not, in this one what we do, we check it has to be logged in, it has to be an admin. If it is not, we will say you have to be having an admin permission to get into this module. And then remember there is something called inject. We use the router to inject and then use the navigate method to navigate to a different route. All right, so you can do that. And if everything and let's say if they are not of these things, if it is not logged in at all, we directly come to the sales statement, trigger a login flow and return a false. That's it. So far what you saw was can activate function. There is something called can activate child function. Okay, let's first build these three things and then I'll show you where to put this. So this is something that you can apply under a route. So a parent route and a child route. Okay, so now what we are doing here is we again see whether it is logged in and it has a support role. If it is not having support role, we show, hey, looks like you're an admin but you do not have support role, so you go back to the home page. You just cannot go to that route. If nothing else, like if the user is not logged in, we will force them to log in and then return a false. Now if you wonder how admin and support role is supported here, that is what we're going to check next. Okay, so now let's go back to the main routing module called app routing module. If you look at this, okay, let's go to the regular one. Let's say address. So address is one of the module. Here I'm saying can activate. This module itself can be activated only when this can activate guard is successful. What is this can activate guard? Just the user has to be logged in. That's it. If as soon as the user is logged in, this address module will work. Similarly, order module also will work if the can activate satisfies this guard, can activate guard. Here's the interesting part. For the admin to activate this module, can activate function needs to have this one satisfied. This one has to be logged in as well as an admin. Now, after this, any route, let's say if you go here, if they wanted to come to any of these routes, okay, then they have to satisfy something called can activate admin child guard. This is called can activate child. So can activate is the main route, can activate child is the child routes. So in this one we satisfy it has to be logged in, has to have an admin role. Here we satisfy logged in, also it has to be a support role. Combinedly we are satisfying the user has to be an admin and support role. Okay, now and hint of this, right, some understanding. Actually you can do a comma separated guards, multiple guards. If you place multiple guards, every single guard needs to return a true, only then the route will be activated. If you have two guards, here comma separated with one guard returning true, one guard returning false, will cancel the route. Alright, that's it. This is how you use the protection to the guards, like you use the guards. Alright, that's it. This is how you use the guards to protect the routes. And if you wonder, there is nothing here for the shopping. If you go inside the shopping and go to this routing module, here you can see at the component level, right, at the route level also you can activate guard to protect a particular route. If I don't want this route to be protected, that's well and good, you can use like this as well, right? I hope you enjoy this video, and if you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends in the circle, and if you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce application with Angular. This is episode 15, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can use the resolver function to pre-fetch the data before any routes get activated, and also we will implement the auto spinner across our application in one single place. Alright, this video will be interesting, so without delay, come let's get started. Alright, let's take a look at the demo. This is the application and I will show you what's going on here. From the API side, when you go and fetch the products, I have intentionally made some delay. You see this? Each API is taking like 500 milliseconds, like less than 1 second, right? But it is still having a delay, right? So in case any API gets delayed, there should be some spinner coming up, so user will know what's going on. So let's say if I go inside this, see it is taking some time. So until it comes, there is a spinner that you can see. Let me open up this. You see this? It's a spinner coming up and going now. So that is what we are going to see, how we will implement spinner. Not only that, so from any page to the product page, when you land, after the data comes only, it goes to this route. That is called resolver. We will resolve certain data on fly when the route gets activated. All right. So that's the demo part. Now let's get into the coding. Now, if you want to look at the specific coding, it is in this place. All right. Here, if you come to episode 15, you will see the code that we are going to see in this video. All right. It will also be merged into main branch. So if you can always take the main branch to get the latest code. Okay. So this is the code. And if you look at this under resolvers folder, there is something called product resolver. It is pretty simple. This resolver, in order to use the resolver according to the latest Angular 16 and above, all what you have to do is you have to use resolve function. Okay, so that's the right way of using it. It's coming from Angular router. So we will create a variable and we'll export that function. So basically it's a function that implements resolve function, and the return data of this resolve function is product module. If you're returning string or boolean or anything that you want, a different model, that will go here. Okay, don't put any, always try to return the correct data type. So in our case, we are going to return a product module. That's why the product module is the return type. Now it accepts two parameters, the activated route snapshot and router state snapshot. Based on our requirement, we can use any of these things. If you don't use, it's okay. Now all what you're doing is we are using the existing product service to call a get product endpoint where we pass the product ID, right? So now if you look at the demo, when we are here and when we try to go and take a particular product, you see this, there's an ID, this is called product ID. So all I'm doing is I'm using this route to fetch the product ID from the route, converting it to a number, that's called plus symbol, and passing this to this function. And this function, it's by default returns an observable of product model. Okay, so it is internally returning an observable of a product model. So this function is returning an observable of product model, which is in turn satisfies the return type of this resolve function. So very simple, this resolve function is calling this endpoint and returning the product model. Where do we use this? So if you go to product module, let's go to product module, and the place where we need it is product details. So if you go to product details, here is what we needed. So in order to get the details here itself, what we are doing is go to the routing module where the details are required. So when someone is navigating to details slash an ID, right, it activates this component. But what we are saying is we are using resolve, and then we are passing a variable of type this. So when you open the parenthesis and put a variable name, this is a variable name. In this variable name, we are assigning the product resolver function. What it will do is this resolver function will be invoked. It will return the product model that will be assigned to this variable. So this variable is of this type. Okay. So before this component is activated, the moment Angular sees this, it will call this function. It will inject everything. It will wait for the observable to finish the call, then it assigns the data, only then it goes inside this. The moment it goes inside this, how do you fetch the data that was passed? So it's pretty simple. Again, we use the route, activated route. We inject this activated route into the constructor. We use this route.data.subscribe. We subscribe to the data part because the one which is coming is the data part. We subscribe to the data part, and we know exactly what is the type that is coming, so we assign it to the product. Product is again an existing variable of type model, product model. So very first time when it comes to this place, right, we don't even need to invoke get product. Instead, directly the data is assigned, and the moment the data is assigned, everything is loaded here properly. Okay, so that's the reason for the resolve function to use. Resolve is to prefetch the data before the route is getting activated, so that you can avoid delay or any errors in the component, or just showing the empty blank component, right? So that's why we use resolve. Now the second part is the spinner. Spinner is pretty easy. Again, we have seen this spinner stuff earlier. So there is go to service. There are two things. One is spinner service, one is spinner interceptor service. Let's go to spinner service. What you have to understand here is it's just a service. We are saying it's injectable. Anything that becomes an injectable becomes a, like, you can inject it in any place, like services, component, anywhere. Okay. Now this is something called a RxJS function called behavioral subject. So we assign a variable with a default value of type number, and then make this as a observable. So the moment we make this as observable, okay, the spinner counter becomes an observable of, if you hover it, it will tell you it's an observable of number. Okay, so what we are doing is we have two functions, and we are just using this counter dot next. We will increment the spinner value. We increment the spinner value, we decrement the spinner value. From where are we doing this? Let's go to the interceptor. So the concept is it's like a gatekeeper. So this interceptor is hooked up in the main app routing module. I'll show you in a moment. So what it is doing is every call that goes out. So if you see this, it implements the HTTP interceptor. So it has a method like this. Every time it invokes, it means a call went outside. We will show the spinner, which means we are incrementing the counter. And then when it comes back, it will go through the spinner, this interceptor. Anything that goes from the interceptor has to come inside. When it receives the data, which is the finalize method, we decrement the counter. So one call goes, we increment. When it comes back, we decrement. 10 call goes, the counter will be 10. As and when the requests keep coming out, the counter will decrement and it will become 0. Now after this, it's very simple. You have all what you have to do is, so after this it's very simple. All what you have to do is go to this app component and just inject the spinner service. After you inject the spinner service, we go to this HTML and we place this piece of code. Okay, so spinner service is a public service, so you can use that method here. Dot spinner counter. Spinner counter is again an observable. Anything that is observable, either you can subscribe and wait for the value, or you can also say async. Asynchronously, it will get resolved. So what it is doing is this ngIf will become active, meaning it will become true when the counter is more than 0. If the counter is 0, this div will not be shown. If the counter is more than 0, this div will be shown. When this div shows, we just have a simple CSS to animate the spinner. That's it. We don't do anything else fancy here. The spinner is all about injecting the spinner, incrementing the counter, decrementing the counter based on the ongoing API calls and incoming calls, right? And like I said, this interceptor, you need to put it in the app module here. You see this? You need to go to the provider and put this interceptor. The moment you put interceptor here, that's when the call has been tracked. If you miss to provide in the provider of the app module, your interceptor will never get injected and you will not see anything happening. So it's a simple mistake that can happen. So make sure you follow all of this code, and this complete code is in the GitHub repository. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, give me a thumbs up, share this with your friends, subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Angular Developer Series. We are building e-commerce web application using Angular. This is episode 16 and we are close to the closer of the series. So in this, I'm going to show you how we will use the reactive forms in Angular to build wonderful form-based pages. Alright, so without delay, come let's get started. Let's take a look at the demo before we dive into the code. So this is the application, the completed application, and the reactive form that we are going to use is the address. So the user needs to have their address in place. Only then they will be able to select the address and proceed with the checkout and place an order. So if I go to manage address, right? So I have like these many address, and then I can click on add new, and we're going to implement this reactive form on this page. Okay, so I'm going to keep this one simple. I have many superb videos in terms of reactive forms in detail in my channel. So if you know this concept, I can give you the reference of those videos and you can take a look at those videos, which will have much more details than what we cover in this video. All right, so it will be simple and easy. We're going to apply the reactive form concepts on this page, and not only that, we will also see how you can edit an existing address and update it. All right, so this is what we're going to see. All right, let's take a look at the demo. This is the application, and if you go to this address, it is going to pull up all the address information here, and I can edit this, add a new address. So I can fill up the address and I can just submit. It gets added to this address, and I can even delete this address. Everything works, right? So I can edit this address, I can change this to shipping, and even if I try to do something wrong, see, it gets disabled, right? So everything is in place and I can update this. So we're going to take a look at how we are implementing this. All right, here is the code, and don't worry about the code. The code can be taken from github.com/learnsmartcoding under this repository. If you go to the branch, you'll see episode 15 branch by the time the video comes, and you can get the entire code from the main branch. Okay, so you can do that. Don't worry about the code. Let's focus on the work. So I have a module called address module. In this address module, there are a couple of routes. The first one is the address list component, and then create address, edit address. Address list is the component where you land. This is the place where we land, and it fetches all the information, right? Similarly, create and edit is to edit a particular record. I have the microservices running, all the 4 microservices, okay, that supports this address as well. So if you go to this address list, what we are doing on this is we are calling an address endpoint, get all the address module, and then just loop through it and display the result. All right, on delete, we pass the address ID, and then we go to this delete endpoint, call the delete endpoint and clear off the address, like delete the address. Similarly, for edit, we will be using this route and pass the address ID. All right, now let's focus on one by one. Let's go to create address. Okay, See, my advice is to how you can approach this. When you go to HTML, if you expand this, basically it has an input and it's basically all what we want is an input control, right? So first you design the HTML however you want, right? However design you want, you design everything, and then but that all comes under the form control. There's one thing called form tag, and you have to place every single thing under the form tag. Once you're done with that, I will tell you what you need to put it here to make it as a reactive form. Okay, so don't look at this code, don't worry about this. Let's go through one by one. Let's go to the component. So we have a component called create address component. So this create address component, all what you're going to do is we are going to use certain things from reactive module, and then we will build the reactive forms. Okay, so the first is we have a variable called address form, and that is of type form group. The moment you type form group, it might show you error unless you do this. So all what you have to do is, in order to use the reactive form, we are dealing with address module, right? This is an ngModule. So come to that particular module. If you're using it in a different module or app module, come to that module. Under the imports, you have to import reactive form modules. You have to import this module, only then reactive forms will work. So once you have that, if you use this form group, the error will go away. And then after that, in the constructor, we will use the form builder. Again, form builder is also from the reactive forms. Okay, so we use the form filter to inject the servers, and then we are going to create a form, initialize the form. So here is the form, right? So we call this init form, and this is the address form. So all we have to do is this dot fp, the form builder dot group. We have to open up the group and specify the controls here. So let's understand one by one. Once you open up the bracket, these are the properties that binds to the input element. You look at this, there are 5 HTML elements, 1 2 3 4 5: state, city, zip, and then address or not. The first one is the street, so I name it as a street, and then I'm specifying the default value is nothing, empty string, and then comma validation, a list of validation. Okay, so in the list of validation, I'm saying this is a required field and its maximum length is 255. So this is the right way of doing. Okay, you should not put required in the HTML. Instead, the form will be automatically placed with the required by the Angular. Similarly, for the city, state, we are saying the empty value, the default value is empty. We are saying both are required and its maximum length is 50. For zip, again, default is empty. We are passing more than one validation. Here we have 2 validation. We are passing here 3 validation. It is a required, maximum is 20, and a regex pattern. Okay, so that's what it says. It's basically 5 numbers followed by a dash by a 4 number. That's the United States. That's how the zip code states. So let's say 1 2 3 4 5 and then dash 1 2 3 4. So far no errors. The moment you change any of these things, it will show you error. See, all right, so that is what it is. So automatically the validation will come into picture. And then the last one is shipping address. Now all what I do is I try to keep these variables matching with the address form. So if you look at this endpoint, this is the post endpoint that we will use. And if you look at this, street, city, state, zip, and is shopping address, like shipping address, right? So this is the final model that we have to send it to this endpoint, and I will always try to match the name of the property here with the property of the name here. So it is easy to fetch the automatically remap it to the model that we want. Now that's how I have done it. So once you initialize the form, all what you have to do is go back to this place. Let's remove this. I think it's visible now. The first thing that you have to do is you have to decorate the form with the form group. So you have to put this parenthesis, the bracket, and then put a form group, and then assign the form group that we have it on the component, which is the address form. All right, and then We are also saying there's an event triggered call ngSubmit. That ngSubmit is applicable only for the form element, and so we are saying when you do a submit, call on submit function. Okay, that's what it says. Whenever a button with the type submit is triggered, this will get triggered. Eventually this method will get triggered. Okay, this method is here. We'll take a look at that method shortly. Now first is input. We have this type. All of these things are common. What you need to know with respect to reactive form is the name that we provided there, street, that comes as the form control name. Okay, if you're not aware, let me tell you something. By default, there is a property called name for every single input element. Okay, so the form control name is eventually becomes a name. Okay, that translates into name. From Angular perspective, it is form control name. Okay, so we are assigning a variable name called street. That's it. Remaining things are all common, nothing, no fancy. This is the only thing with respect to reactive form. And I just have a div which is going to get triggered when there is an error in the form. Okay, how do you get it? There is an invalid is valid function. In this function, we will pass the control name. We get the control and we validate whether the control has an error or not. Like for example, it is touched and it should be invalid, like, which means basically if you don't, basically what it means is you didn't, when you go inside this form, you never got a chance to type anything unless you go inside, which means it's touched. Okay, so unless you go inside, it is not touched. The moment you go inside and come out, it's touched. That's why the street is required error is coming up. Okay, now I just have this one. You can always get an instance of the control name by using the form name dot get past the control name. Now let me tell you one more thing. Everything that you see in this form, right, this is called an abstract control. If you hover on it, it will tell you it's an abstract control. So every single thing here is a control. So we get the controls error by accessing the get property. Now exactly same thing for the city, state and zip. We assign this the respective name, and then we also format the error. After all, if you come to the bottom, okay, there's a button and type is submit. Okay, by default it is disabled, so the disable will get any, like it will be true based on the form is valid or not. If the form is not valid, the disable will kick in and the button will get disabled. Okay, and then the button will get enabled once the form is valid. And then when you hit on submit, like when you click on this button, this method is called. So if you go inside this method, all what we are doing is we are using the address form dot value to fetch the value, and we are casting it to the address model. Address model is exactly what you saw in the API. So once you have these two ready, all right, and then we will just assign a true or false properly by getting its value. So this model is now completed. We call the save address endpoint to pass this model, and that's it. We subscribe to the event, and if you expand it, all what you're doing is if this call was successful, we show the message and put them back to the address list. Okay, that's it. There is no other fancy thing with this reactive forms. It's the simplest one. And let's go to the edit address. The only difference between this and this is everything is same except when you go and land on this page, okay, we need to call another endpoint to fetch the particular address detail. You look at this, we are putting this, we're subscribing to the parameters and then getting the ID, address ID. Once you have the address ID, we will have to load the address. So let's go one by one. So init form, we initiate the form. This is exactly the copy paste. It is initially initiated with the empty value. The form was initiated. However, once we have the ID of the address, we call the address and let's load it. So let's go to load address, See, we fetch the address details, and once the address is ready, like once the data comes back from that place, we are going to patch the address. You see this? Address form.patch value, we directly put this content, the address model. The reason why it will automatically patch is the property of the incoming data is matching with the property of the address form, which is defined here. Street, city, state, zip, everything is matching. That's why it will automatically do a patch. So let's go to the edit, patch. So once we patch the information, what will happen? So let's go to address. If you go edit, if you do edit, see, initialized, and then the data was returned. After the data is returned, it is automatically patched. You can also look at this. If I just refresh this, you will see how the data is coming. See, address 10, and you can see in the response, this address ID, user ID. See, these properties are matching with the property that we have it on the form. That's why dot patch value will automatically patch every single thing. You don't need to patch a control by control. Okay, so this is how the reactive form has been used in this project. I suggest whoever is progressing, whoever is trying to learn this from this video, you take this one, disable the AuthGuard for this managed product, and I would suggest you to use the product endpoints to create the product, edit the product, and delete the product. Do exactly like this. It will be hands-on for you, so you can do this section based on how we did the reactive form for this section. Alright, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel and give me a thumbs up, and if you have any questions, put it in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you, and I will see you in the next video. That will be the final video of the series. This is Angular Developer Series. We're building e-commerce web application with the latest Angular version, and this is episode 17. This will be the final video of the series, and in this video I will be showing you how we will progress from the cart to the checkout, and followed by placing the order. Not only that, after you place the order, we'll process everything and put you back to the order page, and you can also see each and every single order and its details. It will be interesting, this video. So without delay, come, let's get started. Alright, so this is the application demo. So let's take a look at the real-time thing. So the application is running, the microservices are running. There are 4 different microservices used in this web application, and all what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the shop, and I'm going to literally add few items to the cart. So one item I've added, and then let's add this also. Let's add 2 of these, and let's go to checkout. So let's go to the shopping cart. You can see all these items added. Alright, so all of these items are added. I can click on proceed, and we are on the final page, right? So here, if you look at this, based on my login, my name is coming here, my country is here, the address is also coming in. All of these things are the address that I already have it on the file, right? So if I change the address, all these address gets updated. You can look at this, right? So this will be the shipping address. Based on what you choose, that will be the shipping address. And then it also shows you the product, right? All of the product that is on your list. What is the subtotal and total? And then finally, we're going to place the order. I'm placing the order. It's spinning, it's processing. Let's wait for it to come back. Order has been successful. It was putting us back to the order list, and I have a lot of orders. You see this? I was doing this demo yesterday. So if I expand this, all the items of this order is updated here. I click this, it comes. See, I can go and check all of my orders here, right? On the cost, everything is coming here. So this is beautiful, right? So all of this is coming. I can check the address. Everything is here. Everything looks beautiful. All right, so this is what we are going to see, and then don't worry about this code. If you go to this link, github.com, learn smart coding is the username. This is the repository. If you take the main branch, by the time you see this video, you will get the complete built e-commerce web application, whatever you see in the demo. All right, so don't worry about the code. Let's focus on the work. So before I dive into the code, let's understand this, okay? Until here, until episode 16, we have covered major of the Angular topics. At least as part of building this, right? We have covered a lot of concepts, everything that is important for a developer to know. We have covered almost all the concepts. Okay, so now in order for us to get to the next page, all what we're doing here is we are actually adding some item and then going to the shop cart. Here we are fetching items from the cart and then we are proceeding to the next page. No, nothing else is doing. Here also we're fetching the products and the carts and then we are pre-populating here. Once the data are pre-populated, I'm calling, let me open up this developer tool. If I go to the network, if I place an order, it goes to the order page, it prepares the list and place an order. After it is placed an order, it is putting us back to this route. There's a separate order module. It is putting us back and it is listing all the orders that we have it. And it is calling another endpoint to fetch all the information, right? So 8 orders. And you click on it. It's just that we are beautifying it based on going through inside each of this order. You see this? Each of the order is coming from the API. And based on this information, we are actually making this website little beautiful. Nothing else, no fancy items. So there is no different code or the new code that you need to understand. All you need to understand is how one page to another page has been built, what we are doing with respect to the APIs. We're calling APIs, building the page, and that's it. We don't do anything else. So let's take a look at the code. Let's open up this. Okay, there's something called order module. See, order module. So order module is this one, and there's a routing here. We just need order list, only one routing. Okay, so here if you go inside in this page, we are calling the products and the orders. That's it. See, nothing else is there. We get all the products, all the orders of that user, and then we beautify it with this HTML. Okay, we go through each of the order, and then inside each of the order we will have another table that lists down the order item. So it finds out whether the selected order is what has been expanded. Only that item is expanded in the table. No fancy things. It's just a simple thing. If you go through it, you'll understand. That's the order. And if you go to shopping, we were on the shopping cart. From cart, we are navigating to the checkout. And if you look at the checkout, it is just doing the exact calculation. It is all HTML. These HTMLs are being mostly taken from our template itself. And then we populate the value. Okay, we just populate the value and then that's it. We place an order finally on from here, create an order item, and then we place an order item. So you see this place item. So we place, you see this, there's something called place order. We call this when the button is clicked, it just calculating, it is creating the final order module based on the data that we have, and finally it is posting it to the API. So we have nothing else been done on this page, and so other items are covering major topics called guards and all the stuff. All right, so all the remaining topics, right, all the remaining episode covers major of the items. So in this video we are going to end everything, though the complete series code is done. You can take a look at from the github.com. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'm happy to help you. If you have any questions, do like this video and then subscribe to my channel, and I will see you in the complete web API video in the next video. Alright guys, thank you, bye bye. Thanks for watching. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more tech tutorials. And don't forget to hit the bell icon to get notified when we post new videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comments below. Happy coding!